let me say officially thank you for giving me your time and popping by and letting me pick your brain. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Adrian Virlan. I hope that I pronounced it properly.
Yeah, it's fine. Thank you. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, and it was such a surprise to, the whole process to be so straightforward. Like, hey man, I like your work. Would you like to,
No,
you
no, no.
know,
It started with you. So you saw that I opened a new tarot card account on Instagram and you thought that I finished 78 tarot cards. And I told you, nope, I didn't. And then I went to your page to refresh my memory because I know your face and I know your name. And I see, that's him. Let's see if he has time to chat with me because I have a ton of fucking questions for you. And I can't wait to ask
so
them.
wait, so you knew me from before?
Yeah, I mean, not personally, but I think I
Yeah,
had
yeah,
you on Instagram for like 5 years or something like that.
damn, really?
Yeah.
Because that's the exact same time that I'm following you on Instagram for.
Yeah, well,
And
yeah, I must have either I followed you first and then it was mutual. We mutually liked our work.
maybe because the first thing I saw from you was a video on YouTube. It was a speed painting video of you crying in front of the mirror.
I can tell you the story to that. Do you have
And
time?
I have a lot of time. No worries.
A man
I
broke
think
my
we have a lot
heart
to talk
and
about.
what?
I think we have a lot of stuff to talk about, and
Perfect.
we have
Perfect.
a lot
This
of.
is the beginning of an amazing friendship.
Tell
Somebody
me.
broke my heart and he didn't care about it and I was crying and crying and I was crying for 3 hours and I was like, what can I do with this time? I'm crying at home and I'm wasting my time, so I just sat on my laptop that had a mirror in front of or behind it and I just did a self portrait while I was crying. And if you watch the speed paint long enough, you can see how my facial expressions also change while I cry. I pick up on them.
Oh man, I mean that's fucking awful, but at the same
But
time,
it's like, do you know anyone that can cry for hours? It was the
holy
best
shit, no.
reference ever. Like, I learned things about my face that I cannot unsee.
Right, right. I mean, it's just super impressive that you managed to kind of stay like that for so long, like to
I
keep that.
know, right?
The first time I saw it, I thought you had to act, you know, to make yourself cry or something.
I'm
And damn, that's insane. I mean, to me, to kind of sketch your own face live, it's already impressive, you know. I find that fascinating, because most of us tend to kind of use pictures and stuff
Yeah,
rather than just kind of painting from, still life and stuff like that.
I'm
But
actually
yeah,
making it I'm actually making it public right now in case somebody ever wants to see. I'm
oh,
gonna I'm gonna
really?
link this down.
Okay. Well, yeah, this is cool.
Self-promotion like right there for my 16-year-old me or 18 or whatever.
Yeah,
Okay.
this was. How old is this video? Is it
This video was
2014 maybe?
published, let me see.
Because I just
2014. This was six
right.
years ago. End
It was
of
long.
2014. So we have
Mhm.
end of 2020. It's Is the math correct if I say that's 6 years ago?
Yeah, and it's about to be 7. So I mean, you said at the end, right? At the end of 14. So yeah,
Yeah,
but
6 years ago.
still, I mean, you were already good by then. You see, this is crazy. Like, I'm genuinely curious about your story as well, like your journey as an artist. Because I've seen you doing so many different things. Like, I remember seeing you doing something in 3D and really taking it like to the next level. Something I never really got to like, render your 3D models and texture them to that level. And I think this was like a degree you were doing at.
Yes, I went to Noman and in Hollywood and I wanted to learn how to do those crazy worlds that they do in Avatar. That's why I went there.
Mhm.
But
That's something I remember. I think it was a tree with a creature or something.
I
I
don't
might be.
Oh,
Some
right now. Yes, yes. I started working on on a game asset, but I work on it off and on because I have like so many other things to do. Like I sometimes pick up on it, and I try to learn Unreal. But let's not talk about me right now. Come on, let's talk about you. I
okay.
want to learn about you.
All right.
So I see that you have been doing concept art for since you were like this was 20. What did I write down? 2015?
2015. Yeah. Oh,
2015.
actually written.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wrote a little bit of an
Oh,
information list about you. Like those are the projects that you have listed in your website.
yeah. I actually have to update that, but yeah, that will be like the official ones, right?
Hmm.
Except the one that's called Songs of Dawn, which was more like a personal project
Hmm.
with a friend. So he came up with the idea, and I worked with him on that idea during that time. And then right after, I did my first ArtStation challenge, and it was so cool. I never really enrolled in anything like that before, and it was like a way to push myself out of like only line drawing, all the time because I did a lot of line drawing, like a
So
lot of
okay, so
variation.
this is the first thing that you did. You did first line drawing and then you would paint.
No, so they're actually in the correct order, but I'm just saying that that was the time that I really spent a lot of time, like for 9 months or so, I think it was. I was basically doing concept art at the core level of it, like lots of line drawings, character explorations, you know props and creatures as well, and sculpting, but not much painting. This is the point. I didn't paint much, so to enroll into that kind of art station challenge, it was a really refreshing thing for me, because I chose the keyframe design.
Did you post it on ArtStation so I can check it out?
It should be on our station. Just scroll to the bottom of it, and it should be somewhere. No, down to the bottom.
I'm at
More,
the
more.
bottom.
Okay, so the one on the left, right above that bug, the
Farewell?
that one. Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of seeing it with lag on
Mm-hmm.
the screen.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's one of them. Um, and I did four, and yeah, see here I started actually the same way, just line drawing, and then I painted and I added textures, and this was more like a way for me to make up like a story, right? And I tried a different approach on every single one of those four keyframes. So I did some 3D in Blender. Then for another one, I did only drawing or only painting. Then for another one, I only did
Ah,
photo.
I see that now.
So I tried several different approaches. And yeah, the one that took the most, it was the one that I used 3D on, which you can find if you go back. Okay, you got to understand, I'm seeing this
Mm-hmm.
with lag, so it's still on the painting now for me.
Maybe I should share my screen with you on the Zoom.
I think it would be easier, yeah.
Shh,
But
screen.
the point is that I really pushed the level of detail as well in these paintings.
The
But
problem is when I share screen, you disappear
the
on the.
uh, it's not. I have no idea how to use Blender. I only tried. It was like one of those things you kind of look up a couple of tutorials, to kind of fix a temporary thing. You learn how to do that for that particular piece, and then you kind of forget about it.
Yeah.
And if you can't share the screen, don't worry, it's fine. I'm just gonna go to my R station and tell you the name of the piece, so
Okay.
you can just check it out. So, but yeah, I was really curious about Blender in that moment, because Blender has had this kind of explosion, in the industry
Yeah.
recently. Like I remember Blender from when I first started, and I always associated to, you know, not much quality. because of the people that I was seeing working with Blender, which
Yeah.
were basically kids, right?
Yeah.
They were trying to come up with, oh, I made a sword, oh, I made a gun, and I was like, yeah, this Blender thing sucks, it's not good. Um, so I'm trying to, because I I don't think I have it on my ArtStation anymore, maybe because I hid it. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not available anymore. I'm just gonna send you the link on my Instagram
Okay.
because I did like a cleanup on my ArtStation recently, and I only kept like the pieces that I found relevant. And just give me a second so I can find it on my Instagram.
Hmm.
This
I'm
was
scrolling through your work meanwhile. I'm just looking at the stuff here.
this was 2018, I think. Yeah. So, oh man, oh
What I noticed about you is that you seem to skip the value stage. Like either you have it in your sketches or you already paint the values in when you start painting. You know what I mean?
yeah, like what do you mean? The values are kind of imbued into the painting already or
Yeah,
something?
yeah. So you do a sketch that
Mhm.
slightly has the values in there, but then you already put the color in, and that's where you like really can tell. Okay, he already knew about the values. He didn't really have to think about them a long time.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think the way I learned a lot about that was by just I mean, there's several things I want to talk about actually, because I did learn a lot about it with using pictures.
Hmm.
And okay, so I'm gonna send you the link to the other pieces.
Liad asks you if 3D is a big part of your current process.
Yeah, I think that's what I answered before with the Blender thing.
Yeah, but like currently, do you still do Blender
Yeah,
work?
yeah. I just said I don't really use it. It was more like a thing I did back then,
Ah,
for that
hmm.
particular piece. But it's definitely something I would most like to get into. And because it's all I see around me, And this is another topic I think we should talk about, which is, we're really attracted to shiny things, Like everybody's using Blender. I want to do that too. Everybody seems to be using 3D. It must be a must, right? Which technically is in the industry
Hmm.
nowadays, even if you're a concept artist. But you don't do a black and white version first. Well, uh, yeah, I sometimes I do. I think my methods are pretty chaotic because I'm never really using the same technique, Sometimes I can start. It depends on what the inspiration is. You see this one you're looking at right now. This was I did that in 3D and then took a screenshot of it and painted on top of it.
Was
And
this ZBrush work?
no, that's actually 3D code.
Okay.
I really like the VR vibes of 3D code. I found, when you found that one brush that you like a lot
Yeah,
and you only use that one.
yeah,
Well, I found this sphere brush or something like
yeah.
that, which was amazing to me. And I did lots of things. If you scroll down to the architecture design that you might see a couple houses or temples or
Hmm.
some those I did using that method. I started with some 3D stuff. See, that's 3D code, and I just applied like a cartoon shader in I think it was Keyshot, and see this is what I'm talking about, that clay kind of thing.
Mm.
I didn't do anything mostly because I didn't know how to do anything with it. I struggle a lot with materials and how to apply materials and stuff, which is something that I want to learn Blender for
So
because
so this temple is actually like this temple that looks like line art. It's not line art. It's 3D with a shader that makes it look like line art.
exactly. And
Cool.
the reason it has the black background, I think it's simply because of the image format, I think, which was TIFF or something like that.
Probably
It was
PNG.
or PNG maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, I sent you a link to
On
the instrument.
on Insta, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Let me just open it up. I had to separate my Insta from the public screen.
And there's another one and the other one, just so you can see
Mm-hmm.
the different images and the different approaches that I took for them.
I see.
Oh, yeah, they're pretty small on screen from Instagram, but yeah, this one was mostly painted, you know.
I fixed it.
Oh, nice. Nice. So the one with the I was gonna say the horses, but they're not horses. Because see, this is where I
They're
started.
bulls.
Yeah, exactly. I started switching. The theme was Wild West.
Yeah.
So do anything related to Wild West, as long as you don't kind of.
Ah, I remember. I remember.
That challenge was so fun, so much fun.
Boys love the Wild West.
Yeah. And well, yeah. I mean, I don't know how to put this, but I have like different ways to approach when I create something, and it mostly depends on what inspired me, I think. Sometimes I can just simply start from scratch, like just do line art. Like this is funny because this is how most big things tend to happen, like kind of out of nowhere. If you've seen a painting on my art station that's like a white little bear dog in a green forest. If you go down at the
Sorry,
bottom,
I'm so in love with this art. Can you see this?
the trees.
Yeah. I have to ask you. Did you have reference for that? Did you like use 3D? Because this looks so intricately real to me.
No, no, this was just so okay. So the way I got into concept art was because I saw Feng Zhu and his design cinema on YouTube.
Yeah?
And I was like, damn, so this is a thing. This is what I want to do, right? Because I always liked to draw and to paint and all of that. But I never really knew if there was a way to, um, what do you call that? Um, if this was a profession of some sort, if there was a way to make this happen. So anyway, long story short, I saw that and I got into it, and I just said all of this little story because I saw this on YouTube. Feng Zhu was just making an episode about sketching, just draw stuff, and he started to do some trees because they are very organic. They have a very large amount of margin of error. So unlike a human being, or a face where a little mistake can really show up, on this tree you can mess up anywhere you want.
Yeah.
It's not noticeable. And so I went up to Pinterest and I searched for some references.
Uh-huh.
I turned it into this.
It's gorgeous. I love these. Like, they feel so alive. So
Thank you.
you were mentioning a polar bear of a white bear of some sorts?
It's at the bottom of
The
it. It should,
person that's riding it?
yeah,
Okay.
right there. See, this one I made a video about this one. It's actually there. It's embedded in the project. If you scroll right at the bottom, you can find my
Oh,
YouTube.
right.
And but see, that's the line drawing. You can see the line drawing. I included like the line drawing as a step.
Did you use your dog as a reference?
My dog is the main base reference and inspiration of my entire project. So
I understand that everything that has cats in it, I always use my cats.
it's unbelievable. Like I feel so strongly attached to him. Um, and as I kind of relate in the video, I that happened out of nowhere. Just a simple thought. I looked at him and I thought, hey, what if? Look, he's right here, actually, right behind me. So I thought, what if we could reverse the sizes and he would be as big as I am while I'm still human size, you know? But he could be like the equivalent of my size. And so he would basically be huge.
Yeah.
And I thought about this as we were hiking in the mountain and that mysterious foggy morning that it's quite unusual here. It just got me inspired. So I came back home and I sketched this real quick, just a few lines. I think I was actually working on something else. And just on a side, I did like this kind of sketch.
It's the procrastination work that always turns out epic, doesn't it?
It's unbelievable. I love it. And look, this is what it made. It made me create an entire universe. I
Yeah.
always wanted to have like my own personal project, but it was coming from an artificial uh, origin, I think, because I just for the sake of it. Whereas this way, for me, it happened naturally. I'm so happy and so excited about this whole thing. I
I,
don't know.
I really I really feel you. Like this is love. This is
It's
it's true
so
love.
yeah. So yeah, this I only showed you this to kind of mention the thing about line art because it can start from a picture, it can start from a simple sketch or 3D or I actually never know. And that's what I like from this, the creative way. It's like it's limitless. You can make something in different ways, and there's not a single way to do it. You're using a lot of photo bashing techniques in this painting. Do you use a lot of that in your professional work? Yeah, and I actually do that at the end of the process, or mostly at the end, to kind of add those textures, right? Instead of just simply cutting out pieces of, like, for instance, say a mountain or a lake or whatever, instead of just using that with the normal layer mode in Photoshop, I kind of play around with the different blending modes like overlay or screen or stuff like that, just to see what kind of effects can I get out of it.
Hmm.
And it kind of brings up that texture, that and if you do it in one area of the image, then the rest of it feels like empty. So, um, hey Ziggy, what's up?
Hey Ziggy,
Thanks for coming.
you're such a good streamer. You do my job. I'm just like busy learning from you, like watching how you're photo bashing the heck out of this. Because what I'm understanding here is like you're doing photo bashing the right way, in my opinion. In my opinion, you need to know how to paint the things that you're going to photo bash anyway. And what you do is you already decided what the shapes are going to look like, what the silhouettes are going to be looking like, what the values are going to be like, and then you're using the photos for the textures, for the noise that you could paint for yourself. But it's good to have something already to work with, and then you're overpainting them anyway.
Exactly. Yeah. Because it's important to not. It's really easy to get carried away by the shapes and the values and the colors of your reference if
Hmm.
you're just slapping pictures onto the painting.
Yes, because then you become a slave to your reference instead of the other way around.
That's it. Yeah. Sometimes it's okay. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes it.
Happy accidents happen.
Exactly. Yeah. 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 Happy accidents. So, what's photo bashing? So, photo bashing is basically taking photos or pieces from photos and putting them together like a collage kind of way, right? But when done right, it conveys this sense of, how should I put this? Like the whole image looks like one.
Hmm.
You can't tell apart that this is from a different picture, this is from another one. Matte painting, for instance, uses a lot of photo bash, but I think matte painting is a technique that's the output, the ultimate result is like way more realistic. So that's why it's used a lot on films, like for the backgrounds and stuff like that. They have to look realistic.
Yeah, matte painting, for example, likes to use 3D assets, and then you use those 3D assets that are not textured and you throw on photographs and you texture those 3D assets. So when the camera moves, you have a 3D image, but it's still textured in 2D. And those are things that you all do in post processing. So when he, for example, is working, he doesn't think much about how the layers are arranged in the depth, but if you're a matte painter, you have to keep the depth arranged within the layers. So something that is in the foreground is in like the toppest layer, and something in the background is in the lowest layer. So the post-processing people, the editors, they can take each layer and put them back together in 3D, so to give it depth when the camera goes left and right in a scene. I've
Right.
I've done matte painting, that's why I know.
Nice, because I haven't done it, so that's why I'm interested.
It's a pain in the ass, I can tell you, because you suddenly you don't have the freedom to work the the messy way you do. Because I don't know if you're messy on Photoshop, but I'm messy on Photoshop. I don't have a layer
Yeah.
um,
I'm
order at
glad
all.
you brought up the layer thing because I understand. I completely understand. You have to work with layers and you have to organize everything.
Hmm.
But the way I work, it's not really like that. I tend to work with as few layers as I can because it's faster for me rather than having to scroll across like the entire list of 100 layers that I have, one for each thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I find that like it's slowing me down, it's like it's dragging me back instead of helping me. So that's why sometimes I choose to work with fewer layers. But, and by the way, that's me right there.
I know. I was hoping that you would put your own reference in there, because it would be so hypocritical. I could tell that you took a photo reference. I did not expect that you would actually put the photo in there and then overpaint it. You took it to a whole new level. This is amazing.
I took the picture. I'm not sure if this is a process pic or the final one.
No, no, it's not the final one, because the final one you overpainted. I can tell. Like, it looks like a painting.
Okay, there you go.
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's me in the center as well. By the way, I turned myself into
A girl?
a female shaman. Yeah.
You just give yourself the hour clock figure and that's it.
Yeah, 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 exactly. And yeah, got myself some nice breasts and
Did you wear a bra for this? Did you
no,
wear
no,
a
no.
bra for this?
No, that was just like my sister was around, so I was like, "Hey, can you take a picture real quick?" And she's like, "Why do you need this for? Like, what are you
Why
doing?"
didn't you take a picture of your sister? You really wanted to be a girl that day, didn't you?
I think it would be I needed it quick and it told me the picture, look, you have to stay like this or you have to pose like this because I had the pose in my mind already. So yeah, I know. It's kind of funny, but this is the fun part of this job, you get to take your own reference if you need. And yeah, I mean, if you already have the idea in your head, the execution tends to be faster. So
Yes,
when my
yes.
sister was around, I couldn't really ask her, to I would have had to take a lot of more pictures
You're
than I did.
way too nice to your sister. If I was you, I would be like, "Girl, can you please like just do this and that and this and that, and then you have to do this and that." Because
Like,
when I
no,
have
not
to,
like that, like this.
yeah,
And she's like,
yeah. How don't you get it? Look at this sketch. Do this, girl. Because I'm such an asshole when I'm being photographed for reference. The other day, I was like, I'm working on something where three girls are naked, and one of them, like, they're all in a martini glass, and one of them like does this. So I like stripped naked for this, went on the couch. First I tried the chair, and then I tried the couch, and everything hurt me. And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, just do the damn picture. And at the same time, I had to smile and have a good time. And I was like, you're doing this wrong, your angle is wrong. And he's like, why are you so mean to me? And I'm like, because it hurts and I'm naked. It's just
you got me
not
into
fun.
this. Oh my god. Yeah, I saw Ross draws. I'm actually impressed by how much he has grown on YouTube ever
Hmm.
since he started. I remember the first days 5 years ago, and yeah, I see he takes reference pics of himself and his friends, and he turns them into then like girl characters. I'm not sure if that's something like he. I mean, I'm quite sure he's that's something he likes to do a lot. In my case, it was just a particular need at that moment. But yeah, see here, for instance, this started as a study of a tiger, and
And
that's
then
it.
you went like, let's put the same spin on it, like with your dog, where you were like contrast. This is contrast. This is contrast. Like
I,
everything about this image is contrast, from the scale to the lighting.
mhm.
Even in the dark parts, you were like, okay, it is dark, but you know what? I'm gonna add visual interest by making the eyes glow.
You can see that slight fog on the top
Yeah,
right of the image. Like I was trying to kind of emulate this. Like if there's like a source of light back then, which is not as bright as the one that seems to be the sunlight in front of us, but I was trying to kind of bring up that rim light, which I like a lot,
but you
right?
know what else this picture is telling me when I look at this? Like, there is a source of light up there, and
Mhm.
this looks like they're in a well, like they're stuck together,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
I intended it to be like a prison or
Yeah,
something,
yeah,
prison cell, somewhere really remote where light barely enters.
yeah. So do we learn from this? Lighting tells a story.
Lighting tells a story. Yeah, I think there's a. Is there a video about this? Can you scroll down?
There isn't. There's just the first study that you did, and then the refined.
Okay, so anyway, you guys can find the video on my YouTube, I think, about this because I remember I did it. And what I do remember is that okay, so I recorded the process for the study and then I kind of polished it off camera more. That kind of thought, afterthought, should I say, where
Let me
you
see.
feel like
Wait.
I could improve this picture a little bit more, and you work on it without thinking, and yeah, then that happened.
Oh, here it is.
Hey, thanks for the subscribe.
Hello. I had no
Hey
idea you have a
everybody,
YouTube
it's
channel.
me, Adrian. I'm going to be talking about this painting I made
So it
recently,
should
and
be
I
so.
actually
Okay, here's the one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it is available. The effort artists go through. Yeah. Then a client comes up and
Dude.
offers exposure as a payment. That sucks. I still think that in the beginning, like you can take it, if you can afford it. But still, if it's like a company and they have money, like they should always pay for work, right?
I think they should always pay for work, period. And I always like giving the same example. Do you know how much a haircut costs for women?
Over there in you
Anywhere
live
in
in.
the developed world, how much they
Oh,
charge?
well, my mom just went to the hairdresser right now, so
Did she complain about the prices?
probably, I think it's gonna be about $50
More.
more.
More than $50. For
Oh,
my length, they go by length. The longer your hair, the more that you will pay. It's like the fatter you are, like the more fabric you use, the more you will have to pay for your
oh,
clothes. They don't do that in sizing anymore, but I think
that's.
that they used to.
They try to make it seem logic, like yeah, the longer your hair is, the more it costs.
Yeah,
But
like for me, it is normal to pay 130 euros for a haircut. And if I, as a normal person, can spend 130 euros, how dare people ask for a painting for the same amount of money? Where a print costs that much, and they want a
yeah,
painting to cost that much.
I struggle a lot with that kind of validation period of time, where you're kind of not believing your own worth. You're not acknowledging
Yes,
your own worth. You're like,
absolutely.
how are people gonna pay that much for this, right? Which
Yeah,
is something I love to do. And then of course you get the crazy arguments like, but this is your passion. You shouldn't be. This is your hobby. You like to do this. This is not work.
yes, yes,
Come on.
exactly. And you know what? You not only have to explain this to people who are not artists. I had to explain this to a guy who's a writer. He complained to me, like he asked me if I would do work for him. And I said, well, what's your budget? And he says, well, I have none yet, but I'm waiting for it to be successful. And I said, how about you save up money so you can pay me? And he says, but it's my passion project. Like, why would you not want to work on it? And I said, because I have my own passion projects.
Neither should you, right? Or something like that. Like I'm not getting money out of this or something.
It's your passion project. It's not mine. I want to use my time, my free
Exactly.
time that nobody pays me for my own passion projects.
Like an exchange of value, I see. You know?
Yes.
Like you get value out of this after all, and I get nothing.
Yeah. I get uh
Because you're exposure,
I,
like
I'm making your dreams come true, and people will know you, and that's
exactly.
it.
If you have like a million subscribers or
Yeah,
10 million followers or something like that, maybe we can get to something, but
but not even
not.
then. Like if you have a million subs,
But
it,
imagine you have no experience. You just started drawing, and someone asks you for that. I mean, if I was me, like my past Adrian, that he would have said yes for sure.
yeah, I get it. Like you want to get the foot in the door.
Exactly.
Where
You
the
you
heck is the part where you put in the like and now I'm disappointed. This is false advertising, Adrian. How dare you? Where's
no,
the
just,
where's the,
just mentioned I did it off camera. I just said I recorded the study process, and then I started to polish it more afterward.
how could you?
I did not get to record it. I didn't think about it.
I'm
So,
disappointed. I was wondering how the heck did you get the wall in there? Is this a blending? Like did you get a white stone wall with black cracks and then you blended it over?
yeah, that's a picture actually, a
Yeah.
picture that I took. So
Okay, because I was like so impressed by the fact that you already had the lighting down and everything. All you had to do is like put in the right noise, basically.
yeah, the noise, and then to make the light kind of coincide with those cracks and the way it would reflect on the edges of the
Yeah.
little. So yeah, it's a little bit of work afterwards, but
Yeah.
I think it takes a lot of time, And I don't feel, I don't know, I feel like there's many people who feel bad for using these kind of things, these kind of techniques. They feel like cheating or, something like that. Like, oh, but then it's not real painting because you're using a 3D
You're
mesh or a
using
3.
something that you could paint anyway, but it just saves your time. That's the thing that I say about photo bashing. If you can't paint it, then don't bash it. Cuz I had okay, I'll just give this as I don't want to like self-advertise or anything, but I need to speak from experience, so I'm going to show you what I mean.
And
I
it's your dream. You should advertise.
I self-advertise with my amazing personality. Come on. That I have to keep censoring. Um when I was doing the full card, um, the symbolism of the original has a dog in there as well, a white one. I don't know
Mhm.
if you see that yet in the
Uh,
stream.
I saw the one that I was most impressed by was the one with the swords.
Which one? The one with the girl or the guy?
The I think it's a girl.
Okay.
This was-
Fine. Fuck this shit. Don't. I don't want to hear that. This was like one of my first paintings I did this years ago. So don't tell me that you were impressed by something that is like old. Okay? Just
Are you talking about the tarot kind of thing?
yes, but don't tell me that you like something that I did years ago better than the shit that I'm doing now. This hurts
No,
my feelings.
but I haven't seen the new shit. That's what I'm saying.
Don't lie. I posted it on Instagram. You've seen it.
Today? When did you
I'm,
post it?
I'm not. We're gonna argue about this behind closed walls, okay?
It's, so give me a second.
Look at the stream for fuck's sake. Can you see this?
Okay,
You
yeah.
probably see the old card. This is the original.
You- Okay.
And now I
So
scroll up,
yeah.
and now you see the current one that I did. So basically, I take the original, the old version, and I make it more illus- illustrative and more like in-depth
It seems like
world. Like
something that could be in Gwent, from The Witcher, that um, card game.
a card game from The Witcher.
Yeah, it's called Gwent. Gwent.
Okay, this is not about. Wait, let me just get to the point before we go to the
Yeah. Yeah.
self-promotion part.
Go, go, go.
There's a dog in there, and I never painted the dog. And I was like, I'll just photo bash it, paint over it, whatever. I couldn't find the proper image. So every picture that I found, I kind of like had to bend towards it. Like I had to make the picture work into the painting. And I was like, this is not what I want. I want the picture for reference anatomically, so I know how to paint the dog, but I don't want the image to kind of ruin my creative process, so I'm inhibited by it. So I decided to make studies of dogs in certain positions, so
Yeah.
I could do my own, really like my own pose that I wanted, that I liked, And that's what I mean with like the photo bashing
Hmm.
problem. Like people, when they don't know how to paint something, they tend to try to help themselves with photo bashing, but it's better if you study the images first, so you can use these images only as a fill-in for fur, for example. Like
Yeah,
use
yeah,
use a high ref image or high res image of a dog for the fur, but make sure that the anatomy and the posture and the gesture, that is all just the way you like it. And if you're lucky, you will find the perfect image already, but usually that's a hard find.
yeah. Like if you go to my latest video, that's where I take actual reference from parts of his fur, and I'm
Hmm.
using it on the creature.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't care.
that's
I think I mentioned this in the video that I don't care really much about the the details in the reference because I'm gonna paint on top of it anyway.
I really
So
like the way you set this one up too. It's so
thank you.
fun to see your process.
Yeah, sometimes I don't really know when to call it done, which is something that I think we all struggle with. I tend to believe that drawings are abandoned pieces, like our finished pieces are just abandoned pieces because you could be going forever on them.
Um, I feel like it's
How do you know when it's done?
you've seen Craig Mullins, right? Like his work.
Yeah.
And it's not totally rendered out, right? But it feels done. And
And sharp and
it's
crisp.
it's just this fucking feeling that you have that it's like I never had a problem figuring out if it's done. If I was wondering is it done, then it wasn't done. I have a portrait right now, and I know in my gut, like other people say, "Oh, that's a pretty portrait. It's finished. Why are you not posting it?" It's not done for me because I don't have this Craig Mullins epic effect of
Mhm.
this looks
Yeah.
so simply made and so brushstrokey, but it's final.
I see. Yeah, it's something that you have to find also that balance, between detailed distribution and it's okay to have certain areas of the image be left like with a few brushstrokes,
Yeah,
not
because
really.
you don't want people to look at it, or because it's not it's not the focal point, but it's just a feeling that you get when you're like,
Mhm.
I don't know. I think you
That's
can
just
relate
a
to it.
combination- Yeah, that's just a combination of all the fundamentals playing out together.
Yeah. And sometimes you can overdo it. Like I remember overpainting paintings, like looking, you sometimes in 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 traditional art, you take process pictures, and then I go back to like what I did 2 days ago, and I was like, why did I overpaint this? This looked so perfect in its brush strokiness, and I just
About
over
that,
rendered.
I haven't been painting traditionally too much. I actually have no experience with oils or anything like that.
Don't worry, it's basically the same thing, just the difference is it's more expensive. The way I paint stinks because of the mediums I use, the fumes, like they give you a headache, and it takes forever because you have to watch the paint dry. But everything else, like the process of like creation, it hurts the same way.
I mean, do you feel like that helped you understand a little better how to paint in a much more efficient way in a digital?
Mm,
Yeah. Because that's the perception I have from that. That when you have to be so cautious about every brushstroke because there's no undo, there's no eraser, you
yeah.
know, you have to be really mindful about all of that. And then when you go digital again, you kind of keep that same mindset or something. Is that right? I'm just
Maybe in certain aspects. For example,
Hey Orf, what's up? Thanks for coming to the
yeah,
stream.
I wrote Hey Orf because I didn't want to interrupt you.
Okay.
I where was I? Yeah, I really like making pink underpaintings when I do traditional work.
Hmm.
And I think that it would be really nice if I did it digitally too. But to me, those worlds are so separated that I'm wondering how I never thought about it. So I guess my answer is no. because the approaches are so different. Digitally, you can do whatever the heck you want. You can lasso tool something and warp it if it doesn't work out. So you're less careful. It's like, have you ever had an analog photo camera?
Yeah, no, I mean, I do have one. I don't know where I found it. It was my dad's or something, and but I haven't gotten to make it work. I mean, when I was a kid, my dad had those kind of cameras.
But
I
you
remember.
remember it, right? And
I,
how precious our parents were
yeah.
with the amount of photos they take. They knew I have 36 of these,
Hmm.
and I can't shoot them all out because it costs me $10 to buy a
Unlike
new film.
we just take 5, 10
Our
pictures of.
parents, they take like gazillion pictures of our children right now, right? Like they're not careful because they know that the resources are different. So if you give the same parents that are taking gazillions of pictures of our children and pets and whatnot, or of us for that matter, but they don't like us anymore because we're older shits now that ruined their lives. But if you give them an analog again and tell them, listen, like a film costs $10 and I only have one, they will be careful again. So this is the same for me with digital. As soon as I'm in digital, I don't care as much as when I'm in traditional.
So, yeah, of course. I mean, you have the paint itself, the canvas, um, the drying time, everything, right?
Yeah, Liat says, I think the process is different. When you paint traditionally, you have to pre-plan things and do studies. So when you get to the actual painting, you already know what you're going to do.
Hmm. Right. So how do you do it? Do you do like an outline, like a underlined sketch
I'll
on?
show you. I have one process in there completely. So, oh no, that's the exhibition.
For instance, I've seen James Gurney.
Oh yeah, I
You,
love James Gurney.
I love James Gurney too. I have
Everyone loves. He's like Bob Ross. He's so nice.
yeah, I have two of his books, Color and Light and Creative Imagine. I forgot what it was. Sorry,
I
but
left those.
the other one.
I used to have them and I left them in the States. But yeah, they're super.
Imaginative realism. Imaginative realism. Yeah. So what I like from those books is that, when you're reading them, you feel that urge to go try that thing that you've just learned right away.
Yeah,
And I was reading the first book, the Color and Light book, when I was on a trip, and I couldn't do anything. I could just read it. So I finished reading the book
and you couldn't
during that.
wait too.
Yeah, but what I did do was to observe all the time, everything. I was traveling by train, by car, and I was just paying attention to all the light scenarios, how different moments of the day changes like the light color and the angle and all those sort of things like subscattering. What is that called?
Subsurface scattering.
Exactly, subsurface
It's
scattering.
visual porn.
Fuck James Gurney, he's too good, indeed. Yeah, these guys are insane. Um, oh man, so much respect to them. I
Yeah,
mean,
did you see his Gumroad tutorials?
I didn't know he had Gumroad
Oh
tutorials.
my god! You thought
Holy,
he was just an author?
yeah, like I saw him on
Oh my
YouTube.
god, he has a YouTube channel.
I know he has a YouTube channel,
But he
but
has also got, but the YouTube channel just shows the short clips of the whole long Gumroad tutorials about how he like does everything.
interesting.
Gumroad. Yeah. He's oh, I love this. He got me into gouache painting. I would go around Los Angeles and then I would paint homeless people picking out the trash in gouache.
Was that before or after you, or maybe at the same time you were taking pictures? You were doing like street photography.
It was exactly during the time I was doing. How did you know that? You watched that?
Because I saw you on Instagram, you were posting it.
Yeah. Yeah, I did post homeless people. I literally went out there and
Hmm.
photographed homeless people because they were the most interesting people to photograph.
And how were they towards the camera? Like welcoming or
Oh, well,
you
one
had to
time I almost got assaulted. One time I did get assaulted. Um,
I mean, you just walked around with the
Yeah,
camera?
yeah. So one time I walked around at night with my best friend and everything was fine. And he's a stick
Yeah.
figure of a man, so I thought, well, if I go by myself, it's no problem either. So the next day I did it. And then three men circled me on the middle of the street and they wanted to grab me, but I think because there were so many witnesses with the car lights on them, they walked away, but I was scared as fuck. And someone else grabbed me by the ass when I took a picture of him. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
Sounds scary indeed.
yeah, like I. That
I was
shit
curious
was
to know if
scary.
you were asking before
Hmm?
taking the picture or not. Like if you asked before taking the pictures, or you just straight away shot. And
So when I was taking pictures of homeless people, I asked them and I also paid. I bought them
mm,
food and then I did a photo shooting with them.
hmm
And they didn't expect the food. Like I asked them, "Hey, can I take a picture of you?" And then they were like, "Oh, sure, okay." So I would, take pictures of them and some of them would be posing like it was really fun and then I would just go to the next food place and I would buy them something cuz I didn't want them to, use the money for their next fix cuz most of them they were addicted. So yeah. Okay.
yep, it was
Um
so interesting to see you painting stuff as well. Like
I wanted to show you this. Look at this. So this is how it happened. In the beginning, I have a rough sketch, and just to get the emotion down,
I see.
and then I get the reference. So I do the ZBrush. Like I go to DAZ, I pose it, and then in ZBrush I do the dripping or whatever I want the body to do, break, drip, melt, whatever, or stretch, and then keyshot, the quickest way, and then Photoshop, put it all together, and that is then my reference image, and then that reference image I use for the final painting. That I
Wow.
This one is the only one where I didn't project the painting with a projector, because now I project my painting with a projector because I don't want to worry about the wonkiness of the perspective and the.
There's a lot of distortion. The closer you are, and the
Yes, exactly. Absolutely. So this took me like
have to,
6 weeks
that's
to make just because I
what I was
didn't
wondering.
project it. Hmm?
Like you have to constantly step back and take a look.
Yes, yes,
Like
like
and
you have to have the longest brush ever and look at it like this. And it's just not it's not
Hmm.
worth it because like the Sistine Chapel, it was painted with the help of grids. Like
Was it?
artists
No,
always
that.
use help. Or Michelangelo when he did David, he put David in a little, like he made a mini David,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
put him
I,
in a box, filled the box with milk, and then had the milk just like millimeter by millimeter disappear. It's like a 3D printer, and that's how he would sculpt out the whole marble stones.
really?
Yeah,
That no. So cool.
yeah. So they help themselves with projection of some sort. But
Mhm.
people don't know that because we don't want to know how the sausage is made. As soon as we know how this epicness is created, it's not
Yeah,
that.
you just see the final result, you don't worry about the rest of it, like the process. And that's how I think this wrong perception is created from most of people, and this brings me back to the question from earlier about the value of your work and stuff like that, because people don't get to see what it took to make it. They only see the ultimate result.
Yeah.
And then they're like, but this is what you usually do. It took you 5 minutes to do this logo design, like the idea. Why should I pay you like this much? Well,
Because
because
it
it
took
took like
25 years to get there in the first place.
exactly, almost.
For you, it's what did you say? 28, 29?
I said 30 years to get there.
So you're 29 by now, right?
I'm 28. Yeah,
28. So it's not
but
30 years for you.
I wasn't referring to me. It was more like an example for someone experienced. You know.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's yeah, it's something that's missing out there nowadays. I think this empathy kind of thing. The ability to
But
put your
they don't have the empathy for hairdressers. They accept when a hairdresser says, "I cost $130. Fucking give me that money or fuck off."
Hmm.
Go to a cheaper artist, get a shittier haircut.
Then they're okay, right. Yeah, they don't have the same empathy. It's like a
No.
selective empathy kind of thing.
I'm looking at this right now. The dragonfly ship design.
Oh, yeah.
This is gorgeous.
This one, I basically I had no idea what I was doing. I think I was trying to do. I think I saw Anthony Jones
Uh-huh.
create like a spaceship in 3D Code in one of his streams, and I said, okay, I'm gonna try do something as well, and well, that happened. So yeah, I decided to take like different shots, and I created I think four different keyframes for that. And this is so cool, because it allows you to explore different options in each shot, while still maintaining the same kind of ship. I don't know. For instance, there's one, I'm not sure if it's available. It's a blue one where you see it from below and the sky is pretty blue.
I saw
And
it. I saw it on your website.
okay. So anyway, that's where I played around with the
Yeah,
translucent.
the subsurface scattering. I was actually looking at it and I was like, ah, so you lasso tooled out the insides because you didn't have the reference for that, but you figured it out somehow.
Yeah,
Where is
yeah,
the?
yeah.
I'm looking
So
for it. I think it should be here if I scroll down.
yeah, maybe a little bit more. Maybe I think I hid the rest of them and I only kept one, which is this one, the one that's showing up on my website.
But it's weird. I saw it today. I looked at it even like really like closely. Maybe I saw it on your Instagram or something.
Maybe because it is on my Instagram.
Hmm. Okay.
I try to be more selective on my website so I don't have like four pieces that are about the same thing.
But look, I think it makes sense that you can show why you do so many different like 3D renders of it. I think you should put it back to be honest. Like
Yeah,
if you yeah, if you put these two together, like you just have a scrolling experience of the same ship design with different like
I should
keyframes.
include them. I should include them in the same post. You
I
mean,
would
right?
I would say so because it shows what can be done with the same design. But
I,
that's just my
yeah,
opinion because it's
you're right.
easier.
To be honest, you know why I did that? Because this way I had like three more opportunities to get my work discovered, because you post something new and it has hashtags and stuff like that. It's like
Oh
it's
yeah,
worth it.
no, on Instagram just show as much as you can for the grid.
Also on our station because it also has the same thing. It has
Mhm.
hashtags, all that
Mhm.
stuff. So, but then that's only for the initial burst of exposure.
I
But
found
then
it.
you can just edit them. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. And thank you for the tip, by the way.
Uh, I hope it's a good tip. Like, don't quote me on it if someone tells you what the fuck did you just do.
No, 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 it's fine. Don't worry. Hey, Alvin, thank you so much for following, man. Thank you. Um, so yeah, well, I don't know. When I'm painting these things, like when you're painting, what do you think about? What do you feel? Do you get into crazy made up thoughts where you remember things or you make up insane scenarios or scenes? You tend to think about stuff from the past that you would have done in a different way. Imagine things from the future that could happen. Or do you listen to music? Do you play
You
sound?
can finally relate. Like, I was asking so many people, like, do you understand? Do you like?
I It's a form of meditation for me, you
It
know?
is. I say the same thing all the fucking time. It's the worst though, because oh my god, like you say, like you go through all your past traumas and you're in this constant mode of heartbreak and anger and frustration while you were creating something. So those are two different problems that you are having overlapping with each other in your mind. At first you're trying to solve the technical issues, and on the other hand, your mother is
Yeah.
screaming at you when you were 8 years old and everyone was laughing at you. Like
It's not necessarily something bad all the time, but it's like the whole range. You get
yeah.
to have the whole range of the whole memories and stuff. But sometimes in my case, like right now, I'm super excited about my project and I live in this world that I'm creating.
Oh, that's nice.
I imagine myself in those kind of places with those characters, and it's almost like playing a movie in my head as I'm painting that particular scene. Like for instance, that one right there in the snow with the lizard. um I haven't written anything about it, but I imagined it in my head, and at some point I'll have to write it out. But You see, in this case, I was trying to imagine. This is not the full picture. I think you can you just go to the next one?
Let me go to the art station because I'm sure I'll have a better chance of getting the full
'cause I had
potential.
like some last minute thoughts on that painting, and I thought, hey, what could we do with this to add like more story? So I added those people back down there. You see, on the bottom left
Ah,
side of
ah, 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 in the keyframe.
yeah.
Yeah.
So they're like these guys could be. I don't know. This is kind of like an open thing because it's like you don't know if they're with them or they're following them, but they seem to be going somewhere very vast, very, you know, there's not much people there.
Can you
Many.
imagine a life like that? Like, I really like imagining myself into these characters, being like going through the snow. It's cold. There's some
Living
magic in this world.
exactly living something, living their experience.
Living for a change because this fucking lockdown is driving me nuts. Every day is the same. The days are fucking swimming together, and I'm just sitting in this room with four walls and nothing happens. And like these, when I look at these paintings, that's why entertainment is so important and so valuable. It gives us the opportunity to safely experience something exciting.
Right? I know. I thought about that as well, like recently, actually. Like, when it comes down to the essential um, jobs and stuff like that, they think of the entertainment, the first being the first one going away, cutting out, because it's like, what's the importance of that? Why do you guys need paintings and films and music and poems and books and, why do you need the creative thing? Well, imagine a world where that does not exist.
Where games don't exist.
Nothing. No
Nothing.
film, no TV shows, no music. No music. Think about that. No
No
music.
audiobooks to fall asleep to.
No audiobooks. No. Nothing. That would be crazy. So I think most people, when they speak about this, they don't really think about it that way.
Yeah.
Because when you ask them, when you raise the same question, they go like, "Oh well, yeah, that's right." So they kind of change their mind there.
Yeah. Like the
But
amount of times I remember myself looking forward to sequels of TV shows or movies. It just like crossing days when I was younger, waiting for it to come out, or books to come out and stuff, or video games to come out in some certain cases, like the Cyberpunk was a huge one for a lot of people.
yeah, it's like a big expectation,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Something
Uh,
that you anticipate for a long time, and you're really hyped about it. Like, there's so many things that inspire me particularly, but it's like endless. You could be inspired by a conversation with someone. You could be inspired by a trip, by a mountain hike. Like in my case, it was the spark of my project, and then um, every single other creative work out there, like films, books, games, anything like that. I find that so fascinating. But my ultimate purpose here is to, yeah, I'm definitely using inspiration from those things that I like a lot. Especially in my side, it's fantasy, especially fantasy. As you can tell, I
yeah.
have barely anything sci-fi at all. But it's not that I don't like it. It's just that when you like something, but you would not kind of work on that. Like, for instance, I like World of Warcraft and that kind of style that they
Hmm.
have, but I don't see myself painting that way, like that stylized kind of thing. But I do it. I do enjoy it a lot, you know?
That's same
So
with me with those little cute animations where I'm like I love watching them, but I don't see myself painting them. I can relate to that.
you mean the ones that are like illustrations with layers and stuff, and they create this parallax effect?
Anything cute and stylized, I'm thinking I love watching it,
Hmm.
but why the heck am I not painting it? It's just it's always like similar to you, like rather realistic than stylized.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely moved by something else than other people, and that's I mean, we all have our preferences, right?
Mhm.
So it's what drives you that
Mhm.
reflects on your work, I guess.
And maybe your soul too.
I'm putting my soul into this 100%. My heart goes into this project. Like it's my dream project, it's my life project. I don't want to finish it ever. I want to work on this for the rest of my life.
So is this a book or
I don't know. I don't know yet. It's
okay.
it could be a book, it could be three books, it could be it doesn't even have to stay there. Like I know it sounds quite ambitious, but I'm not thinking about this in like a year from now or 2 years from now. I have no deadline really for the big picture of the whole project. So I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just simply having so much fun working on this. And hey, thank you so much for adding it to your
I'm
collection.
trying to create a new collection called Love because this is like love in one image. But for heck's sake,
Sure. Was
it
not
doesn't
working.
let me create a new collection.
Hmm.
Create. Mm.
But anyway, that's also why I was so excited when I saw you coming up with your own tarot card. Uh,
Mhm.
because it's related to the stuff that it's on my list of inspirations as well. All this thing about all this kind of knowledge about mythology and religion and spiritualism and history and
Symbolism. More than anything, it's symbolism.
symbolism, mysticism, a lot of schisms.
Mhm.
Um, I'm really, really excited by that, and that's a big one in my project, like a big source of inspiration.
So, right now, you do this full time, your project, or do you have a
Well,
money job?
I do have occasional freelance gigs,
Mhm.
but I'm mostly dedicated to this.
Okay.
Like for the past 6 months or so, I've been dedicating that time to put together a course, which is now live at Evident. Evident is an educational platform um, that it also has a YouTube channel, like from the owner, Walid. So yeah, he just approached me. I used to, you know how crazy the story is. I used to watch this guy when I started back in 2015 when I got my first job as a concept artist, and I would see him doing videos on YouTube, and I would be, damn, this guy is pro. He's so good, and he's making videos and stuff. Like I would like to do that someday too. And out of nowhere, 5 years later, I never spoke to him, and out of nowhere, I get a message from him. Just because I've been posting all this work for all these years, and he's like, "Hey, dude, I really like your stuff. You know, would you like to be a teacher over here? Like you could. I think you're pretty motivated by storytelling. I see in your pictures, like it really shows a lot of story. So I'm like overwhelmed, by the whole situation. Of course, I say yes, and I start working on it. And you see, I'm kind of bad at multitasking. So, as much dedicated as I am to my project, I had to stop that so
Two.
I can
Okay.
focus on the course. And it was like yeah, like a stop for me. I'm Yum Top. Oh, okay, dude. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, thank you. Thanks for coming here, man. Yeah. He's a follower from Instagram.
Hi, Yom
So
Tov.
thanks a lot. Thank
Just a second, Alvin. If you are okay with like a feedback or something when we look at your work, let me know.
Absolutely. Let us know.
This is, by the way, this is fucking epic. Like, this is.
So much.
Oh.
So I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, the thing about multitasking and stuff,
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
feels
that you
bad
had
for
to
me.
stop your work.
Yeah, but the thing is that I didn't really stop 100% because most of the time especially when I walk with my dog, you get to have a lot of time to think, because I tend to not take my phone with me.
It's like
And
taking a shower.
in the shower, that's where most of my crazy thoughts happen, and then I materialize them into a painting or something, and they end up being like crazy ideas that make sense somehow in the world I'm creating. And I love that because you don't see these things coming, you know? They come out of nowhere. So I was still taking notes about some little concepts that I think of. So I never really stopped, but let's say now I'm trying to retake it. And yeah, the what did I want to say about, oh yeah, about these houses that you see right now on screen. This was last summer, and I was wrapping up like a new portfolio which featured both the creature, um, these architectural elements, perhaps some more like keyframe designs, more illustration kind of things. Because I was going for the first time to LA, Lightbox. The first time I was going to Lightbox.
So
The first,
expose like you had a
no, not
booth.
no, 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 not like I had a booth or anything, but just on my own. Like,
You took iPad with you probably or something like that.
yeah, I just actually happened to just get an iPad right before that year, and it was so cool. Like, so I'm not sure if you were there. I didn't get to see you, but um,
To be
it.
honest, I don't remember. I went to so many by this point in
But do
LA.
you box from Bobby Chu? It
I
had no letters. It was September, I think.
Yeah, September is when they all do it. Like CTN,
Oh,
Lightbox, SIGGRAPH,
mhm.
ZBrush Summit. They're all in September,
I've heard a lot about that.
and it like all gets swummy for me. Like because
Mhm.
like you keep seeing the same people and the spaces kind of, and Monster Palooza is also in September.
You try to remember names from people you just met, and
Yeah.
it's
I remember the art better than I remember the faces and the names.
same, same.
So when I meet someone and they're like, "Hey, I'm XYZ," for example, I met Rob Ruppel at the thing, and I didn't recognize him by his face, but when I saw his art, I'm like, "Ah, I know you. You're
Yeah.
amazing."
Well, oh my God, that's what happened to me. I was talking to an art director that I follow on Instagram, and I'm so in love with his work. His handle is Chan Bear Pig, I think, and
Chain Bear Pig. That's how you know him, as Chain Bear Pig.
Chen,
Ah,
yeah,
Chen.
Chen Bear Pig, and that's all I knew about him. I didn't know his name. I never saw his face, so I could not identify him other by his work. So I just saw him, and I'm like, "Oh my God, you're!" And he's like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "Oh my God, I had no idea." So I was so excited. I instantly entered that kind of fanboy, fangirl mode.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's dangerous, I'm telling you. Dude,
Yeah.
okay, let us look at Alvin stuff.
Let's
Then I
go.
need a pee pee break.
Hmm.
And then I thought, what do you think of this idea? How about we do the theme that you have going on with animals? Like, how about we pick an animal and a character and we do the size thing and we just paint next to each other and see what happens?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay,
Absolutely.
awesome. Okay,
Let's go.
let's look at Alvin stuff real quick.
Okay. Are you on the all folder, or are you taking them one by one, like sketch, superheroes?
Let's go to all and see what happens.
All right. Wow, lots of portraits. Much respect. I have no idea how to draw faces. Oh man,
Superheroes too.
I see.
This one is 3D, right? Yeah. This one you posted the other day, didn't you?
Um, Sorry, are you seeing the like Alvin's portfolio right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so on your stream,
Oh, it doesn't show. Oh, oh,
I
oh, oh.
go.
It's on a different tab. Let me just. Sorry, guys. I thought it was visible because I'm screen sharing.
Yeah, maybe we can take a look as well at Yom Tov stuff.
Yamtov, send me your link.
Yeah, send us your link so we can check it out.
Alvin, I'm the biggest fan of your Gundams. I don't know how the heck you do this. 'Cause I'm so bad at putting things into, oopsie, at putting things into perspective that are
Man, well,
hard surface.
yeah, I mean, much respect because it feels like hard surface design has to be more exact, more perfect, more like a lot of straight lines that they have to coincide, you know. Whereas in organic design, thing I told you earlier about the trees, for instance, you know, you can just mess up as you wish.
Yeah, yeah, and
Yeah.
faces even too. Like, for example, here, I don't know her personally, but what I do know about eyes is that the iris on the edge is not a hard edge. It's very soft.
Good point.
So that you only use a mouse? Are you
What the
okay?
hell?
You need to stop doing that. That's not good. Like
No way. You
don't
painted this with a mouse?
like this is great for the mouse, but don't only paint with mouse. It's not good. Get a
Well,
tablet. What's your address? I'm gonna buy you one.
there's so many very affordable options right now. Um, like it doesn't even have to be from Wacom. It can be Huion. Is it
But you
that
don't
name?
have an excuse in this case because you do really nice soft edges everywhere else. So just know that you really have to like soften this part. Like what you see in the photos, try to imitate that. Don't tell yourself I know what an eye is supposed to look like, so I'm gonna do it differently from what the original image says you should do.
My gosh, my man here painting with the mouse. Incredible.
I don't approve of that. Don't do that. This is not
I mean,
good.
you gotta say it's fucking insane that he does that with a
It
mouse.
is. It is
I mean,
fucking
we're not
insane,
saying-
but it's not a good way. You have
yeah.
to paint with your shoulders, your elbows, everything. You don't like this. It's not what?
We'll
Mm-mm.
see. Once you get to taste the pressure sensitivity, those changes in opacity and size, you're gonna love it. That's
Yeah.
for sure. I'm not sure if you've ever tried a digital tablet before, Alvin, but um, I bet you're gonna love it.
Love the lighting here.
Yeah, really cool.
Hmm. Where is Tom? Sorry, what's his name?
Oh,
Tom
he
Young.
hasn't dropped. Oh yeah, yes he had. Wait a second. It's on DeviantArt. I see. Oh, environments. Let's go.
DeviantArt changed.
Yeah, it changed. I'm not sure how long ago. I think I found out about a few months back.
Thank God it
Yeah,
changed.
but yeah.
Did you take? Wait a second. Did you take the schoolism class? Because this reminds me of other people's homework. Oh no. Uh, okay, I don't know how to navigate. This is epic. I love these. Especially this one. I really feel like I'm. DeviantArt, why are you like this? I really feel like I'm inside of it. Did you do this in 3D first to get the perspective straight, or were you like, I'm gonna do this the traditional way and do perspective lines and stuff like that?
That's pretty cool. I
I
mean,
think,
judging by the texture on the ground, it could be
yeah.
that he 3D, but I don't know. Everything else is like kind of overpainted.
Because even
Uh,
the lighting is like super believable.
hmm Oh, I see. You applied this. What is this effect? I forgot right now the name of it. It's like this painterly effect inside Photoshop. I think it's like oil painting or something like that.
Ah,
They that.
aha, the oil paint filter.
hmm
Huh, I
Yeah,
didn't even see it up until you zoomed in.
but it's really cool. Like, what would you say for an image like this?
You say me, Tiana?
Yeah, yeah.
I think that Tim and I have similar difficulties with brushwork, so we try to hide it. Like, I think that,
I'm trying to learn how to use more like the mixer brush in Photoshop
okay,
to kind of
um,
smoke out some
don't
details.
use the mixer brush yet, because the mixer brush is complicated.
It's pretty complicated.
Um,
Yeah,
I
I'm
would
still
say,
learning.
yeah, you don't have the control, like you would have with a normal round brush. I would
Mm.
say, here, for example, these edges here of these pillars, they should be lit according to your light source, right? And I would expect these edges to be pretty hard, and because of how hard the light hits on them. So I would say where the contrast is high, it makes sense to have a little bit more hard edges, especially because it's also the focal point. And it's totally fine that on the sides of the image that you have like the softness, like this peripheral vision softness. I just
Mm.
wished that in like just there where the pillars end that you had like a hard rim light or of some sorts, because I feel like it's getting lost in translation somehow to me. Does that make sense? What do you say?
I would also add some kind of color variations. Like for instance, you see where the blue light is hitting objects. It's that kind of blue reflection, right? But then also mind the other source, which is coming from that warm kind of place. Maybe it would be cool to have that kind of contrast. In like I'm just saying to have orange highlights or more like reflections on blue areas
Mm-hmm.
could be cool, and
Yeah.
also to remind the shadows because if you take a look at the top of the last pillar, like the third pillar from the right,
Mm-hmm. It
I want
doesn't
to
cast a shadow here.
it doesn't have like a shadow,
Yeah.
right? So it seems like nothing, but if you think about it, that's what subjectively, like, no, I'm meaning to say like
Subconsciously.
subconsciously trying to kind of providing you with that feel of there's something missing there, something doesn't quite fit here, and I think it'll make it more realistic. Sometimes it's just a couple of tricks like that, it just takes that to make it look more believable. It's what other artists do, like with a couple of brush strokes,
Mm-hmm.
and you're like, holy shit, they just created a face with
Mm-hmm.
just a couple of strokes, just
Mm-hmm.
because it resembles that kind of harsh lighting,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
below eyebrows and stuff like that.
Absolutely. So don't be that's what when you start painting you're so worried about. You want to render out everything and you want to make everything visible. But the trick is to know where it's okay to make it dark and make it like maybe blurry or whatever. Like make it simplified. So make it things are okay simplified if they are in shadow. But the things that are in focal, in the center, for example, like here, focal, center, and bright, you could, for example, detail out this figure. Even if it's super bright, you can still detail out the shape of it, like the silhouette. And here up there, you could um, have a little darker shadows because you have them here, but then everything else is brighter. So you have to make sure that if this is shadowy, then it has to have the same value in darkness. Maybe not the same color, but definitely the same value.
Yeah, to focus that detail a little
Mm-hmm.
more. Like for instance, remember what I did to the tiger painting on the wall, like
Yeah.
what I mentioned about the little bricks that I had to repaint
The
some of the edges,
light. Yeah.
right? Yeah, exactly. I think he could do exactly the same here. Like if you zoom in exactly right there, like on the left side, on the right side, just kind of painting a little bit of that highlights on the bricks, just some of them. Not they don't have to be all of them. So you have to mentally kind of calculate where that light will be hitting on the bricks, and I think that'll make them pop a little more,
Hmm.
and that's okay because it's focused right exactly around the area where most of the detail is. So I think this is a cool way to balance the detail in the image. Yeah, to focus that, and it's actually cool that he tried to blur out the edges of the image right here, where it's closer to the camera. You see, it's darker and it's also more blurry.
Yeah. So that's like I really like the foreground because it like gives me the appearance of being inside there. But
Hmm.
I feel like something is missing when I look in the focal point. It's because it's the focal point, dare to be sharp, dare to be like
Yeah, I think he what he could do is exactly what you said about the shadows. Like
mm,
he could make way more contrast. He could put a lot of contrast in that statue, where I'm
mhm,
assuming is a statue, right?
mhm,
Right there in the middle of the image. Because right now, if you just squint your eyes a little bit, if you look at that, it's basically just
a shape.
like a block of light, and
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah.
If you
Like
pay,
foggy.
yeah, exactly. It's like foggy.
It doesn't have to be foggy in this case. Like in this case, you really are allowed, even if it's bright, you really are allowed to make shadows there. But remember, shadows are not black. Like so, if you have light in there, so the shadow here would maybe be a dirty orange or something like that, like a mid-range orange. So it's not black. It's not blue either. You will have to go with the hue that you have, just a little bit more saturated, probably, a little darker. Not
Yeah.
too much. Okay. Let us do a pee break and a refuel break.
Okay.
And then we're gonna start. I'm gonna leave this on there. I love this. Like I love the freaking detail and oh okay. Be
Thanks a lot.
right back.
All right. Well, so, yo, layered painter, Dom, dude, I didn't know you were here. I didn't see you. Thanks a lot for coming by, dude. Well, now I guess I can take over the stream right now. So, what do you guys want me to talk about until she's back? Let me know. Any ideas, any questions, anything. I think she wants to kind of do like fan art now. So she wants us to work on the theme which my project is based on, which would be cool because we could have like a dreamer and a spirit now, which she doesn't know about really because I haven't really spoken about that. Like she doesn't know the details about the story or anything like that. So I think it would be cool to have like our own characters again, which if I think about it, I'm not sure if I should do my character or come up with another character. I think it's gonna be fun. I want to try environment and castle and everything, but I failed. How to do the environment? You mean like a landscape and there's a castle, or you mean we are inside the castle and we're taking pictures from inside? Because they're both equally hard, but I would say the interior is kind of more tricky because there's a lot more perspective involved. Whereas in the landscape, if you go for, a mountain landscape, then that's just as easy as just to, not easy, but simple, as to just simply take a reference and kind of try to imitate that and get the most out of it. Like, don't try to copy every single detail, but try to adapt it. I'm pretty sure before starting the image, you kind of see this flash image, of whatever you imagined. And then I would say you can simply go from that and try to adapt every single reference to that vision that you had. Because that's what happens to me a lot of times, you know. Oh, she's back. So
What? Did you talk about me behind my back?
no, no, it was just a joke. But I was just telling them that sometimes you just happen to have this kind of flash image, out of nowhere. Like this source of inspiration that's like a spark. It's like, oh my god, I gotta paint that right now, you know. And I'm just trying to kind of encourage them to just favor that and go look for reference until they get to their desired result, I would say. Because Alvin is asking me how to do like environment, like put a castle in an environment or something like that, and I'm guessing it's if it is like about a landscape with some mountains or some mountain cliffs or something epic like that, like you can just search for references, and it doesn't have to all come from one source of reference. You can actually put like several together, maybe two, three, maybe 10. If you do too many, then you'll feel equally lost again because there's too many to choose from. So I would say you have to balance that. Just go for one main reference, and then I don't know, maybe you can find a way to balance that according to your own needs. It really depends on the piece you want to create, but that's how I would do it. So I'm ready. Sorry.
What would help? Yeah, I was just thinking about it. What would help me with that is if I have never painted a castle, but I want to make my own castle, then I would paint at least three castles. Best case scenario is maybe 10 or something. But I
Mhm.
try to like not copy them, but I really try to figure out what the structure of that castle is, like how these walls are built up and the shapes and stuff. And I try to learn every single castle. Best is if it's from the same area. Like let's say if you do castle, then figure out, do I want to do a German castle or a Japanese castle? You know what I mean? So you go for German castles of a certain era in a certain area, and
Oh,
then
like if you go to the temple that I have, like this is kind of following the same type of design style, this design language. But if you go to um, the other temples that I have designed, there's like three together, I think. So that's kind of the same approach that I took there.
oh, but
Uh,
by the way, sorry because I just saw Anthony. I'm gonna have Anthony on my stream soon.
really?
He already said yes.
Oh my God.
So
Okay.
I just have to get a time with him.
Sure. Okay. Wow. Your stream is growing like crazy
No,
already.
Anthony and I are buddies. We know each other from IFCC. So
Right.
this is like it's not because of the stream. It's really because I got drunk with him.
What year was that?
I was 20, 19, pushing 20, so I'm 26 now. It was like 6 years ago.
Hmm. Wow. Yeah. I've heard wild stories about the IFCC, like they
Oh
were
my
doing
god.
break dance and stuff like that.
You won't believe the shit that was going down. Oh,
Those events are the best.
yeah, they
They,
are. They definitely like to shape
that's
you for life.
yeah, that's I always say this. That's kind of the best investment I think an artist can do. You both get to travel to see a new place, to learn more about that culture, and in the case that's in a different city than yours or country or even continent. But what I like a lot is the connection you make with some new friends you meet, some new artists. You get to meet your art heroes.
Yeah.
You get to have your work reviewed by pros, and
You get to learn how they eat, how they breathe, how they work, so you can emulate that and then
experience together. It's really worth it.
yeah. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Okay, so because I hear someone like mentioning environments and castles. Hey, Deepanshu, how are you? Um, I have a question: how to deal with light in a fantasy landscape, dude? Should we rather do like a landscape thing because we have landscape two times already?
Hmm.
What
Let's
do you
go.
think? Would you rather do that?
Yeah.
Okay, well
Maybe
then,
we
hmm?
maybe we can put like we can do a landscape and then some characters in it or something. Like they don't have to be like extremely detailed. Maybe
Dude, the
only
question is just how much time you have. Like I can do this up until after midnight.
I have time. Don't worry.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, then
It-
let's do the best of all worlds. Guys, give us some to make this interesting. Give us some
Some
ideas,
prop.
props, right? Like words, keywords. that we can look up for the type of environment, the type of building, the type of animal, the theme, whatever, and we will just, we will create a reference mood board or something, a sheet, and then we'll just create something cool.
So I mean, I've never painted in. We're gonna use Magma Studio, right?
Yeah,
So it might feel a little slow in the beginning because I got to get used to it.
same here. So
But I think it's gonna be fun. So
if it doesn't work out, we can still just like we will snapshot the progress, and
mhm.
then I'll make you share screen in Photoshop. I'll share screen in Procreate. It's gonna work out. It'll just like take a while to set up, but otherwise we should be fine.
Yeah, it's gonna work. I mean, we can split the screen
Yeah,
in Mac Studio, like, so they can see both of our
yeah,
layers.
for sure, guys. Don't you worry. We'll make this work.
So, Ghibli, shit.
Can you please not come up with like Pixar, Ghibli, Warcraft? That's not it. Like we really like
That's
need
a lot.
content.
But yeah, we're gonna try. I mean, I guess he's referring to the style, right? Like that kind of light-hearted lighting, bright colors.
Okay.
Dragon. Yeah, I like dragons. Large wildcat, some kind of green landscape.
Landscape, clear sky, one hero kid. I mean, they two walking on landscape.
Hmm. I see. Could be. Okay.
Clear sky, one hero kid.
Does it work like Photoshop? Like, is it like the same shortcuts and stuff?
I have no idea. I know that Control Z works.
But didn't you use the same thing with Zach last week?
I did, but like Alt works as picking color and
Mm.
Control Z works as going
Oh,
back. But otherwise, I didn't need more than that because we were like really half an hour just drawing.
I see. Then we're gonna learn more. then, then.
I'm in this with you. You're not the only one, okay?
Okay.
Adventure in desert caverns. Nice. Let's see. Um
Okay, I think I'm gonna be using the opacity thing a lot. I mean, this is what traditional painting teaches you, right? This is what you train for to use, especially in gouache, right? Because gouache doesn't have like opacity levels. Or am I wrong?
it does. It does. You can water it down like watercolor.
You can blend it with water. Okay. Yeah,
Cuz you don't use gouache just out of the tube unless you use white because white is like, one of those things.
hmm
Um Let me see. James Gurney.
Got it.
Dude. So now I'm gonna be looking for a
All right.
reference.
So just a little break until you fix this, until you prepare this, and then we can start painting stuff, right?
You can you can do whatever heck you feel like doing. I will just gather a couple of reference
All
stuff
right.
and I'll make a reference board.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm gonna just do it in this side of the screen. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, you
Okay.
mean the upper side?
The upper side, yeah.
Oh,
Or
that'll be a problem because we will have stuff overlapping. Like, how about you take the right, I take the left?
oh, okay. Yeah, I was just thinking of the aspect ratio, you know. But
Yeah, you'll have to paint small, mister. You'll have to paint
no,
small.
no, no, it's not the size. Just that it's
It's never just for the size with men. No,
it's
no.
okay. All right. Then okay, give me a second. I'm gonna be back in no time.
Okay. Alrighty. So, what did we hear? We heard large wild cat. Large wild cat. I'm gonna. Okay. This cat is funny looking. Oh, for the love of God, I hope no naked pictures of me are on there. Okay. Ah, you can't see this. Good. Large wild cat. Good that I'm not screen sharing, but only application sharing. Oh my God, this is so good. Save. I'm sorry, but these are fucking epic. Like, for real. Yes. I have a new. I have a new desktop background.
That's a nice reference.
Right?
You gonna make that cat giant?
Yeah.
Not handsome.
This cat is so expressive, it's insane. He's so fluffy.
I was wondering if there are different brushes. I see they're only for the pro version, right? Yeah.
Um, yeah. So we will have to stick with the not
Well,
so.
this is a good exercise actually to have just like the most simple brush.
Always staying positive. That's good.
Yeah, we can make a win out of anything.
They are so good, these references. They create stories on their own.
What
Uh,
did you search to get that? Fun.
I just literally searched for large wild cat, and then I stumbled upon one of those images. Pinterest is full of good shit.
And then you go down the rabbit hole, and
Oh
it never
yeah, and it
because
never ends.
Pinterest is like a never-ending source of you constantly go to another picture and then it
Oh yeah.
recommended and you click on that one as well.
By the time I'm finishing gathering my reference, you have already three thumbnails worth looking at.
Actually,
Hmm?
great idea. I think yeah, I was thinking of doing like only one, but now that you mentioned it, I think it would be cool to make I think three would fit in this format. So I'm gonna try and do that. Okay, that's one. So this is sorry, this is the second or whatever. You're just starting, right, to bring people to your stream.
Um, it's my second interview, but it's not my second stream.
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask you. Like, do you have you streamed more often
Oh
before?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I've been streaming for 2 months.
So how do you cope with this, with speaking as you draw stuff? Because
Oh,
I find that really difficult, especially in the starting phases of the piece,
yeah,
where you
it's
learn
hard.
about thinking, how to put everything together, the composition and stuff. I find that pretty difficult.
It gets hard for sure. Um, when it gets political, I stop painting altogether, and then just start ranting a lot, and I need to work on that. It's, you know what helps? It helps to just talk about what you're thinking while you're creating.
Yeah, the problem is that that wouldn't make any sense. So I'm trying to work on that, you know,
Ah, I see.
to draw something and to say something that also makes sense at the same time. I can't wait to use this program. Yeah, dude. Me, me neither. It's it's fun, but I'm noticing that in the beginning, it's kind of it's a little disruptive, because I don't know about you, Tiana, like how attached you are to your keyboard shortcuts, but I tend to work with quite a lot of them. And it's not like personalized ones or anything like that, just the basic ones that come with Photoshop already.
Which, for example,
Which, for example, like to flip the screen, I'm not sure if that's a possibility here.
there is no shortcut for that in Photoshop. You have to make it.
Right. So okay, that's one of the exceptions. But for instance, to move something, I just press Control
Uh-huh.
and
Can you try the space bar?
no, spacebar is just for panning the entire
Uh-huh.
screen.
Uh-huh, okay.
Anyway, it's okay. Like I see the L actually brings up the lasso tool, the M is the marquee tool. Yeah, it has pretty much a lot of integrated options from that, but and yeah, the brushes are pretty limited here, which is, as I said, could be a good thing because then we have the same options.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
this is cool.
Only 11 people are gonna judge you.
11 people, that's insane actually. I don't think I've ever pulled this many. Oh my, I
Oh,
used
did
to stream
you
as
used
well.
to stream? I was just gonna ask you if you did stream before.
It was for half of 2019.
Okay.
So yeah, that's almost like a couple years ago. First half of it.
And then you stopped?
Yeah, I stopped because I was 1 month away from going to LA with
Uh-huh.
my new portfolio, so I had to focus on that to finish it, and I could not stream anymore.
Oh,
And
why
then
did you not stream the portfolio?
because I was quite stressed about it, to be honest,
Okay,
time
I
was
see.
yeah, and I was like, I'm not gonna make it, I'm not gonna make it, and then everything went cool, but yeah, I could have make some more things to bring there, but it was fine with the amount of pieces that I brought. It was okay anyway.
Well, somebody told me that if you have 5 good pieces, then you're good.
Exactly. Yeah. That I've So, well, in case you don't know, layered painter here in the chat. His name is Dom, and we have our own show as well with another one of our friends who's Andre. So we do podcasts on YouTube. The name
Ooh.
is the name is Lightshare Podcast.
Oh, that's a
So
beautiful name. Welcome, Layered Painter, or Dom for that matter.
we're also starting to bring people on, and it'd be really cool if you can drop by sometime. We don't tend to make it extremely serious or like really formal. It's more like a chat kind of thing. Like we get to talk about anything.
For sure, I would love to. Just don't expect me to be PG, cause you won't get that shit out of me. It's impossible.
It's not PG, don't worry. It's for everybody. uh, so yeah, and by the way, he just released a he just released a book. It was actually before summer, I think. Tiana PG-13. Oh god. But yeah, he made an awesome book called Journey to the East, where he explores this universe based on like the Middle East area, you know,
Yeah.
and it's all a mixture of sci-fi and also some fantasy elements. I think it's really cool. I don't know. The story is, and the art, of course, the art you have to check him out.
Wait,
I'm gonna
the book
send the-
has art in it?
of course, it's an art book
Oh,
actually.
okay, okay, okay. I thought for a second you were talking about a novel.
It's not a novel. I mean, it does have a story, but as far as I'm concerned, at least for now,
Can
it's
you,
an
um, Dom, can you please post about it? Like,
yeah, bro. Feel free to drop your link here if you want.
I am in the rabbit hole right now, man, but it's the best rabbit hole I've been in a while.
I see. You just keep going and going.
But the pictures get better and better.
Hmm.
I can't help it.
You know what? I think I'm gonna do the same. You convinced me.
I thought you were gonna say, girl, stop procrastinating and start getting to work.
Nah, I'm actually gonna join you.
Good. Good, now I don't feel so bad.
Ooh, there's so many folders here from all those times, that I went through the same thing you're going through right now.
Yeah, oh my god.
Unfortunately, that's like time you take off of the painting thing. Dedicate that time to search for references.
Yeah, but it's so important too because
Hmm. Some people
you
do it that way. They separate those processes. It's like, no, no, no. This hour is entirely dedicated to
yeah,
searching for references.
yeah.
Some people do it like 5, 10 minutes before painting. I think it's down to the one that fits you the best.
Yeah, 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 for sure. Oh, I'm so glad that you're doing the same thing now. Because references make your painting better. It's just the way it is.
Absolutely.
Okay. Let me see.
Okay, I got my reference. I'm just struggling a lot to come up with.
Already? Keep on looking.
All
Don't let me down here. Okay. Let me
right, guys.
see.
There you have the links to Dom's Instagram and also to his art station. So feel free to check out the amazing artwork that this
You
guy.
were you were not exaggerating. It's really really gorgeous work.
It is absolutely,
I
and
love the world.
he has this painterly style, that I like a lot. I'm actually trying to get some of that into my own paintings because I don't like them to be like photorealistic to the point of extreme realism, like if there were a photo. I like you to actually notice the brush strokes and stuff like that.
I feel it's harder to do that than to be like super
Hmm.
detailed. I don't know how he does it.
I also wonder, he has tutorials and processes on Gumroad, and I'm not sure if YouTube, but maybe he has some videos on Instagram as well. I'm not sure. I just know I saw it somewhere, and he makes it look so easy, so simple,
I hate those people.
like he already knows what he's doing, right from the beginning. Like, I know the picture, I'm just gonna print it right now.
Yeah,
But
this is
yeah, I
lovely.
hear that most of the time is not really like that, and there's a lot of back and forth struggle. um and yeah, and he uses a lot of mixer brush, by the way. He just said it in the chat.
Yeah, but he doesn't struggle. He knows what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
don't
that's
I
up
don't
with
dare yet.
experience.
Hmm?
You do something for a lot of times, you tend to know your shit. So I think experience does that for you. Practice, practice, practice. This guy he's a, what do you call that? Like a hustler. He puts in the work, basically.
Yeah.
And where was I? Oh yeah, my mountains here. Okay, so something that's pretty hard in the beginning is to nail the values. And I think I was just reducing the density instead of the opacity. So, my bad.
See, I find it super cool that you're starting immediately with color. Like,
Me too. This is pretty risky, actually. I don't always do that,
okay.
but sometimes it works. And I think I rely pretty much, maybe too much, on the different layer modes inside Photoshop, like overlay or multiply for shadows and stuff like that.
Well, thankfully you have it here, right?
I'm not sure.
Because I see it here on the right. Yeah, you have them. You can use all of them.
Oh, okay. Okay, but I'm gonna try not to use that so much.
Okay.
So,
Well, if you needed to, you have the opportunity.
yeah, I'll call it cheating in this case. So I'm gonna cheat as fewer times as I can. But yeah, have you found your reference yet?
Yes, I think I'm good.
Yeah, you have a board and everything already.
Yeah.
Cool. That's so cool. So I think the first thing I do before, or maybe as I'm figuring out the values, is to kind of decide the perspective. So I tend to put my horizon levels pretty low on the image so I can show more of the upper side of the environment,
Mm-hmm.
Like, say if it's a mountain, I would like you to see the mountain rather than the floor. Unless there's like a giant cliff or something, and I want you to feel this kind of vertigo effect, like, this impressive feeling of height, like you're somewhere really high.
Yeah. I decided I'm going to have a somewhat deserty, lush scene with a chick chilling with her huge cat.
That sounds that sounds nice. I haven't
Right?
even thought of characters yet, but I'm gonna find a place for them for sure. I'm sorry if I don't talk much as I'm painting. It's something that I'm really trying to work on because I want to do this for my YouTube. I've actually recorded a couple of episodes where I talk a lot and I do not much, and it feels bad. But I hope I can fix that. I think streaming does that job for you. Because this if you do this an hour a day, every single day. This is something that Anthony Jones actually said. I remember that. It was in Barcelona. It was an event called Animation Barcelona Animation or something like that. I forgot the name right now, but in 5 minutes he just created something awesome. He did like a robot or a creature,
Yeah.
something like,
And he
yeah,
did it probably in black and white, like he just spit it out in like 2 seconds and there you go.
absolutely, absolutely. Round brush, really quick, blah blah blah, and he was like delivering this speech as he was creating this awesome painting, and at the same time he was asking us about feedback, like, hey guys, do you think this guy should have like this belly, or oh yeah, maybe we can make him pregnant or something, like add a beard, and okay, we can add him a beard, and applying those changes on the go, that was so crazy for me. And he was like, look, years ago I was not this good, now I am because I practice a lot. So that's so true, right?
Yeah, I like him. He's fun.
Hmm.
He's like the most extroverted artist I've ever met.
Yeah, I like his streams a lot. And he seemed a pretty, how should I say this, like a pretty close guy, like you feel like you know him from longer than you actually know him. Like he's pretty open, and he just, you know, he's a nice guy. And that was such a cool experience because we went with the whole group, and we went to have dinner together, and they sat right next to me. So, that feeling of some pros sitting next to you, you feel like that overall energy, like
Yeah,
this is so cool. So this is what you get to, this is at least what I experienced in those kind of events. And it's not like it improves your art skills right away, but it makes you feel like you're closer to to
to
the god.
epicness.
Yeah. Which is
if
something.
if you're close to epicness, you will become epic.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I hope I get some of that as well. But which is something as well that I wanted to mention here, that it's something we tend to over not over glorify, but like we associate this thought that those people are unreachable, like, oh no, he's Anthony Jones, how can I dare to speak to him,
Mhm.
he's must be so busy,
Mhm.
like he must have so many contacts, and I'm sure he has something else to do rather than to speak to me, I'm a nobody. But if you think about it, he's just like you and me,
Yeah.
just a guy who happens to be really good at art, and
Just a
he's
guy who has to feed his family. He has a
yeah,
ton of kids.
he enjoys painting the same you do, and yeah, man, it's like they're just another human being just like you are. So why think of them as that, because I'm just saying this because when, like, the first event I went to, I was kind of
Overwhelmed.
overwhelmed and kind of like not scared, but like, oh, maybe I shouldn't approach this guy now because, maybe he's one of my art heroes or something. I actually remember this with Jama Jurabayev. He was there just having dinner, his last day, IFCC,
Mhm.
and I'm, damn, that's Jama. Oh my God. And I wanted to go say hi, and someone said, oh, I mean, you better not approach him because he doesn't like strangers or something like that. Or
Which
I don't know.
IFCC did you go to? The one in Split?
No, the one in
Zagreb?
Zagreb. Yeah.
What year was that?
17, 2017. That's 3 years ago.
I think I missed that one.
That was so cool. Like, it's insane the amount of contacts you can make, the amount of
Yeah.
friends you can. Then after, you get to meet again at some other event, and those relationships just get stronger,
Yeah.
And it's so cool. Like, you never know where you're all gonna end up. Maybe the day of tomorrow you're gonna end up working with this guy you met at this event. So I always say this: be kind. It's free because you never know. Maybe that guy can be your art director.
Oh my God, one day, at IFCC, I met Marko Djurdjevic. I had no idea who he was. I just told him you look like a super villain, and he was so upset by that, like legitimately
Really?
upset. Legitimately upset. And I meant it like a cute thing, you know? Oh my
Yeah.
God.
He took it in a wrong way, right?
No, yeah, he was like, how could you say such a thing to me?
You know who I am? You know who I am?
That was the last thing missing, you know?
Yeah. He was the one that I got really. not bad vibes from him personally, but my first portfolio review was with him at that IFCC. I just saw
Oh.
him there. I'm like, damn, you're Marko Djordjevic, man. I mean, holy shit, it's such an honor, such a pleasure. And he's like, yeah, no problem. Sit down and let's have a talk, about your portfolio. And he was also with the rest of the team from Six More Vodka, which I forgot it was one or two guys more, but it's basically my turn. I sit down and I'm like with my portfolio there, which is basically paintings, right? Paintings, not drawings, not line drawings, no, nothing like that.
Yeah, but they don't like that. They want to see that you know how to draw, otherwise you won't get in. That's what he always
I
says.
showed I show that to him, and he's like, "Yeah, you know what? I think you should draw more and paint less." And I was like so upset afterwards, like with myself, and I was trying to make myself understand that he doesn't know I've been practicing and filling up like an entire sketchbook for the last 3 6 months,
Mm.
right? So like after all that work, he comes and says, "Yeah, you just need to improve your drawing," and I'm like, "How dare you?"
But you didn't
In my
bring the
mind.
sketchbook, you know?
I didn't bring the sketchbook, of course. Yeah, I only showed him that, and then I was like, "Well, you know what? He's actually right." So there's always those problems with ego, I would say,
Mm.
about yourself. Like you
Mm.
tend to believe you're better than you actually are, and just by putting in the work, it doesn't mean you're actually making progress. So you have to work smart, not only hard, which is even harder, I think.
Yeah,
Because
that's the whole
otherwise-
thing about working with like little brush strokes and like getting the idea across really quickly.
yeah, how the hell do I know? What do I have to do exactly to get better? To get to the right way, to get to the right, to get through the right way. Like imagine someone is climbing a mountain before you, right? You would follow their steps. That's a pretty secure way to go, right?
Yeah.
They've been there. You see many other people going the same way, so it must work. This is actually an analogy that I saw Shadi Safadi was mentioning, and it's really cool to think about it that way. Um, but sometimes the creative process is kind of personal, you know, and what worked for someone else does not work for you.
Mm.
Although there seems to be like this overall formula, right? That seems to always work, which is
There's a popular
look,
formula, and then there is the sects, the subsections that you have to dig for or
yeah,
discover.
yeah, exactly. So, um, I don't know. I think I have a pretty chaotic journey, you know, because I I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do. And when I saw concept art, I was like, it like an instant click for me. Like
Mm.
I'm like, that's what I want to do. And now you're like in another uh, doubt position here. But okay, what kind of concept art? There's so many sections. Like, oh, you have to be an environment artist. You have to be a vehicle designer. You have to be a character designer. So I'm like, but I like several of those things.
Mm.
Oh, then you're a generalist. You know,
Mm.
and is it bad? Well, it's better to be what do they call that? Like a specialized artist. I'm like, oh, is it better? Yeah, because this way you get this and that and this and that, and then you hear from someone else. No, no, no. It's actually if you become like a generalist,
Yeah.
because then you get to have this and that, and
Yeah.
and you're like hearing all these things from all directions,
Yeah.
and you're like, which one is true?
Yeah.
So I think it's up to you to explore that and find out ultimately.
I feel the same way. Because I'm a 3D generalist on paper, because that's what I got as a degree.
Hmm.
Um, but I hear from everyone, yeah, the industry needs specialists because those big studios they look for specialists. But if you are not near a big studio, then they want generalists. So it also depends like highly on your location.
Hmm. Right. It's there's a lot of factors to take into account, when talking about that. But yeah, I guess there's a place and a moment for every single one of us, and all our journeys are unique and personal, I think,
Mm.
you know. Like, just take a look at people like Anthony Jones itself, you know? Like he started as a plumber, I think, right?
I don't remember his story.
Oh, okay. So he pulled out like a dead cat, I think. And he was like that day was like, "Oh,
What?
this sucks."
I had
I
no
need
idea. I don't remember that.
No, I've man, I've been listening to so many of his talks.
Okay.
Yeah, it was really inspiring overall, because from there he got to work for Blizzard, and of course in the meantime there's like an entire um process and a lot of stories, but it's insane what you get to achieve, with devotion and time and effort. That's the two things he always mentions. That's all I got, guys. Time and effort. I put those things together, and this is what I do.
There is so much footage of him talking on like
Yeah, I make
those.
sure I miss any of them.
Yeah, do you remember maybe the story of how someone said he knows how to paint a tiger out of his head because he just went to the zoo and painted all the tigers? Like he just like built his visual library to the point where he didn't need reference anymore.
He said that. That reminds me of Kim Jong Gi.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah. But this guy, he has a grid in his head.
hmm yeah, it's another story.
Superheroes. It's funny how they become legends among us. Like normal people don't know of them.
Yeah, right. It's funny how I discovered some shortcuts accidentally when I was working with ZBrush like 5 years ago, I think, because that's the first thing I had to learn when I got hired as a concept artist. It was like a local indie studio. They were developing a game and they needed an artist. So one of the guys knew me from before, and he thought of me, and I got the job. And they were like, "Yeah, you have to paint and also draw and also do 3D." And I'm like, "Wait, but I'm not. I mean, I don't know how to do 3D." So I had to learn, and I had no one to teach me, and that was a long process of learning. I still don't know 3D, but uh, what I'm talking about when I say 3D here, I'm talking from a production point of view, right? So you have to prepare those assets to be um, game engine ready, you know. So all the textures, everything has to be able to work within the game engine instead of just using those assets for painting, right?
Well,
So I
I'm
was
confused. Wait a second. Why is that your job? That's not your job as a concept artist.
no, but since like it's like a since it was like a low budget company, right? They could not afford to hire someone else. So I took that hit. And I became whatever the name was, lead designer or some crazy shit like that, which is cool. It makes you sound cooler because, oh,
Yeah.
you're a lead designer at this company. Yeah, because there's no one else to do that thing.
Yeah, 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 yeah. But you don't tell them that. You just tell them, yeah, I'm the shit.
Yeah, they don't have to know. I mean, it doesn't take much to figure out that there's no one else, right? But slowly the company started to get more people, and yeah, I still had to learn how to do those things. And fortunately, later on, I had some more people that could help me out with that. And see, I'm trying to speak and make sense of the stories I'm telling, and I feel like I haven't made anything yet with my painting. Oh wow, you've already done like the animal and everything.
You have things in your painting. I can tell this is the
Yeah,
sea or a lake with mountains.
yeah, it's pretty basic. I'm gonna try paint like you with full opacity.
Yeah, I started doing that when I did my photo studies, and then I would smudge everything. But there is no smudge brush here, so I'll have to just keep painting over.
That's way better. Do you tend to go like, are you using several layers, or do you tend to go like from the background to the foreground as you paint? Like, is that how you approach
I
traditional
just
painting?
I just have everything on one layer right now.
Okay,
And then when I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take a big risk, then I make a new layer. When
hmm,
I feel like, okay, now I'm gonna do something that I might not like. So I can delete it quickly or throw it away or keep it for later and see if I change my mind.
got it.
How about you?
Um, I think I start with the um, the middle ground. I think sometimes I do the overall, you know, initial pass, which could be the sky and can turn into anything else later. And if I have to make changes later, I mean, this depends, because when it's for a client, I tend to be more careful with that in case they ask for a change.
Mm,
It's easier for me to change it if I have it on a separate layer.
yeah.
But if I don't have it on a separate layer, if it's in the same layer, then I just cut it out, and I paint the remaining areas, and that's it. It gets more it gets trickier when you're in a very advanced stage of the painting because all those details take a lot more of time and effort to paint out again. So, well, there's something in Photoshop that I use pretty often, which is the what is that called? Filling tool. Like it's an intelligent thing that Photoshop has. Like it makes up the
Oh,
things in
content fill.
content fill. Exactly. Yeah.
Hmm.
So it's magic. It's magic. Sometimes it
Yeah, it's
works.
awesome.
It does not work the way you expect it, but you know,
Happy accidents.
yeah, yeah. You can at least you have something to work from,
Yeah.
so it's always cool.
You know how women always know they're being photographed? That's why they always look good on pictures. We have a sixth sense for that shit.
That's nice. I'm reading some comments here.
One thing I've learned about art that I try applied to my works is that concept of pick your battles, focus on what really matters and put your effort into that. Stop make every piece, every tip marvelous and wonderful. I see this on a video about a guy who wants to make a book, but in a comic book style in 3 years, and he actually took more than 10 because he was a perfectionist, right?
Oh, I'm so glad you brought up that topic. That's creative killer, I think. That toxic perfectionism. Like think about it. It's I don't think it's even possible to make anything perfect at all.
Especially if you do the work of a team by yourself.
Yeah, it's not on you, it's a team effort. So, but when speaking at a personal level, like right now, these two pieces we're creating right here, like I think I'm being pretty much a perfectionist because I'm trying to make all those little edges, and oh, this thing here doesn't coincide with the other, and I think that makes you waste way more time because you're overthinking all the time, and I wish it stopped there, but maybe sometimes once the piece is over, I'm not sure how many times did you go back to a piece you're getting feedback for and apply that feedback? Because I've I don't think I've ever done that, and I felt so bad for it. I'm always thinking, oh yeah, yeah, okay, I'll keep that in mind for the next piece,
Ah, I know what
I'll,
you mean.
right?
You
But
know
never
what?
on.
It's been a while since I even asked for feedback. Unless I had my boyfriend look at it.
Mhm.
Because then, it was like, so do you want this shit to look better or not? And I'd be like, okay. And then he would say something, and then I would be so angry that I didn't come up with it on my own.
It's almost like it becomes a pain.
Yeah.
It's like I'm gonna try to avoid that.
Yeah.
But I think it's healthy to ask for feedback if you know who you're asking, maybe. Because if you ask the wrong person, that you already know, they don't have that much idea. Like, for instance, if I ask my parents or friends who are unrelated
They will
to,
love everything you do.
yeah, it's like, dude, it's insane that you can do this. And then you
Yeah.
show, bro, and it's like, there's a thousand things to change in your painting.
Yeah.
And I think what I initially meant to say is that by the wrong person, I mean someone who is biased towards something opposed to the theme you're creating. You know, like, okay, I'm a character artist and this is a landscape, so I don't think I can help you much, you know?
Yeah.
But maybe you could add this here and this there. I don't know. I'm just saying, you know? Or same thing for fantasy or sci-fi. Like, even though all these things are sharing the same fundamentals, right? If you get specific, a lot of questions, curiosity. Yeah, I mean, these are all, I don't know. I like that your chat is really active, uh, and they're asking questions and stuff. That's so cool, you know?
I got really good people on here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So it's pretty insane that you started how long ago? 3 months ago?
2 months, I think,
Wow.
by now. What date is it? Yeah, it's 2 months.
Do you stream every day or?
I used to for a while, then I took a break for a week.
Hmm.
Um, and now I'll see. Like, I think I have to stop talking so much. Like, that's why I'm enjoying that you're doing the talking right now.
Ah, shit. I'm suffering here.
Shall I take you out of your misery or
Yeah, yeah. Feel free, please, so I can do.
I would just draw boobies on here to get the people distracted.
Good, good, good.
But
So I
don't
can do.
worry, I think silence is fine too. It's you don't have to entertain.
Right? I had this discussion with some friends a long time ago. Like, there was this. We were sitting at a table, you know, at a terrace, and we were just enjoying some drinks and some conversation, and suddenly there's this awkward silence, and I
Was it awkward?
awkward for me only. For
Okay.
them. And since I noticed that, I felt this urge to say anything at all, you know?
And they shut you up?
No, and they just answered my question, and I'm like, dudes, why? I mean, someone say something for fuck's sake, you know? And they were like, dude, it's okay, you know. Sometimes you actually need silence. It's fine. It's I'm just thinking about it from an entertainment perspective,
Yeah.
right? Like right now, you know, on a stream, on YouTube, on Twitch, anywhere on the internet. It's
You'll be
like,
on YouTube later if you're fine with that. Just FYI.
yeah.
So let me talk a bit about what I'm thinking here. So I have this right corner up there that is kind of like I need it to be dark for composition reasons, but I don't want it to be useless. So what I decided is I'm going to make a cottage on stilts for her to live on, and there's gonna be a letter that goes up, so you know
Hmm.
that she lives here. And now I'll just think about the design of it all, how it's being held up, and maybe if it's wonky or not. Maybe it has a terrace for her to chill on.
I see you're starting to get into the painting, like to live inside of that place you're.
Yes, yes, because I already have something that is really funny, and now it has to also make sense for me
Mm-hmm.
to be like, okay, I can see this happening.
Anyway, I think it's okay to have to fail, in the first one. So that's why I'm gonna try to do a second one, and hopefully this one is gonna come out.
Dude, it's totally fucking okay. Make two more. I'm already in love with mine, so I'm just gonna keep on working on it. But if I was unhappy, I would also be like, fuck this.
No, it's just that I sometimes I feel this frustration. Like I look at the drawing and it's not what I expected, so
Yeah,
I'm like,
I know.
"Fuck, I'll do another one," and that's it. And sometimes it only takes that.
So I have this case of stone thing. So I have this stone, and I'm thinking I could use this as a hanger for her undies and stuff. So, but how would it be attached? Would I put a rope on the stone and then clip it on? Like so?
Maybe. I don't know. I have a thing for hanging ropes and stuff like that, like cable.
Ooh, yeah, like
They,
so.
they,
Okay, I know.
yeah, they give this rough look, like leather and robes, and I don't know.
Okay, good idea.
We could do that as well, Alvin. He says he thought the two paintings would merge into one image.
Next time.
We could do that too at some
But
point.
but I think you would hate me because I can't draw as well like you.
Well,
So
I'm
you will hate whatever I overpaint.
that's the fun thing, like I paint on top of your things and you get
Yeah,
mad.
you make mine better, and I'll make yours worse.
Come on.
Yeah, we know it's true. Who's interviewing who here? Ooh, you went back to the round brush, full opacity.
Yeah.
Is this smudging? Are you smudging?
No.
Oh,
Is there?
okay. No, there isn't. Like I couldn't find one. That's why I was like, where did you find the smudge tool?
No, it's just the density. I just brought it down a little bit.
Okay. Hmm.
Yeah. Sometimes my paintings just start as chaotic as this. And somehow I think it works like when you look at clouds, you start to notice some shapes and you kind of follow that. You see where it takes you.
Yeah.
Of course, like whenever you don't have like a previous idea of what you want to do, like in my case right now, like I have no idea what I want to do, so I'm just exploring different possibilities.
I'm gonna give the cat a huge fish. Maybe a shark or something.
The shark would be dope because it fits the
The scale thing.
exactly.
But how the heck did she get a shark in the desert?
Mm, maybe there's one of those oasis things and there's sharks
I
inside
need
some.
water. Yes, I need some more tropical stuffs here somewhere. Um, Life is so hard when you're having fun.
Is it?
I always make fun of my cats when they're like look so tired, and I'm like, life is so hard when you have no job and nothing to do but just sit and sleep.
Oh, I'm so tired from sleeping so much.
Yeah.
Right? But I mean, what do you want him to do other than that?
Yeah, right? Like they have no job, but they make it always like they when I come back from work, they look more tired than I.
Yeah, like they make it on purpose or something. Like, yeah, I can sleep whenever I want.
Yeah. I need to play with them more.
I feel bad for that because it's like they don't they don't have anything else than you know?
Yeah.
And you sometimes have other things to attend. So
Sometimes like all the time. So yeah, I know what you mean. It's really
that's not they can't get from you.
yeah.
Makes me feel sad about it, but
Oh my God, I guess that tomorrow someone's gonna be knocking on my door trying to rescue my cat.
do you get to play a lot with them? Like I've never had
I
cats.
cuddle more with them than I play with them. One of them doesn't care about lasers at all or balls or whatever. She just wants to be pet, and she doesn't also like to be picked up, and she can't purr. So she's like not my favorite cat, but the other one is super smart. His name is Nikola Tesla. Nikola van Mittens Tesla, actually.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's such a cool name. Really
Yeah,
good.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I had him pick it from like five different like super smart men, and he meowed at Nikola Tesla, so now he's my Nikola.
So you gave him the choice.
Of course.
Damn, that's awesome. So, how do you want me to call you? Choose.
Yeah, and then I said
This one.
Einstein, Edison, Goethe, Tesla, and he meowed at Tesla, so that's it.
That's a great strategy for coming up with.
Name's right.
It's like, oh, why did you put that name on him? And you're like, well, they picked it up actually.
Yeah. Just nobody ever asks me. I just, offer that information because it's like when you
Yeah.
talk about your own children, like nobody
Mhm.
wants to see pictures of your kids.
Yeah, yeah. I get the feeling.
So I make people listen. I need a shark, a dead shark reference. I'm having a deja vu right now, which is funny. A shark deja vu.
You've already been here.
Sh- Shark? How do you say shark's skeleton? Skeleton?
I guess. Yeah. Shark bones. Well, they
Oh my God, sharks look so weird.
yeah, right. Hey, have you seen this kind of meme that it's like about any kind of animal? It's like the skull, how what the animal looks like, and then how aliens would interpret that skull.
Oh,
It's like a monster kind of thing because it
Wait, just a
doesn't.
second. Someone's calling.
Okay, no problem.
That's so weird. I get like those calls that ring for 2 minutes or no, for 2 seconds, sorry, and then they hang up again. Why?
But a company or something.
It says no caller ID.
Oh, yeah, that's you can't block it.
I didn't try yet because I want to know who the heck is trying to call me. It started this morning. It's the
Hmm.
second time they tried to reach.
So weird because most of the times I get that too, but it's actually you can see the number. So when you Google that, it turns out to be some phone company or
Yeah,
something.
scam calls.
Yeah. Talking about scams, there's a YouTube channel that's really cool. It's about a guy that makes guides. I think the name is Honest Guides on YouTube, and he does these YouTube videos for Prague visitors.
Okay.
For it's really cool. There's a lot of shit going on there, and I like that he exposes those people. With their bullshit. Like it's really I've never been to Prague, but if I ever go there, I'm gonna make sure I watch every single video from that guy because he gives you like, don't go to this restaurant because it's way more expensive, the quality is not good. Instead, you can get the same amount of food, the same amount of this and that from this place, right? Which is
Yeah,
way better, is closer to this area, stuff like that. So it's a lot of indications, and it's really cool that someone dedicates their time to do that. And he's been recently trying to expose the cab drivers over there because
of course
they
they
would,
overcharge.
yeah, they would change the prices like crazy, for tourists from foreigners, people from outside. They would do like another price. And of
That's
course,
sad.
at first, to you, it looks like it's a crazy price, but is this feeling you get everywhere around in the when you go to a different country or something, you're like, it must be that expensive. I mean, this is a one-time thing. It's not like I'm going to come here every time. So
Yeah,
you're somehow okay with paying that much, even though it hurts,
yeah,
but you're like associating to a one-time thing. So it's
yeah.
fine. And that's how they get away with it. But I like that that guy um, really got to almost to like your point, of being assaulted in LA and stuff like that. He really risks his own integrity out there.
Oh, would people like do that?
What? Oh yeah, they get mad. There were some monks, I remember. I forgot what they were doing. I think they were selling something, you know, attached to some religious. I forgot
Crap.
it was tickets or I forgot what it was, I swear. But one of the monks kind of gets mad at him. And this is like everywhere. I've seen it everywhere. It's like these people who pretend to be mute, you know,
Uh-huh.
and they make you sign on a paper. They make you put your ID, your international ID there, and they make you sign that. And I'm not sure how, but they get money from you somehow. And that's entirely fake. And I got so mad at one of those in Barcelona like a few years ago.
So it's
My
all scams.
freaked
Okay.
out. Oh yeah, like most of the time it is. But I feel bad about that because what if someone is actually genuinely uh, suffering from that problem, and they're genuinely asking for help? It's like because of the ones who are faking it, you don't get to know anymore. You can't tell them apart anymore.
Yeah.
So, oh, but those ones, that was such a cool story because we were just, um, you know, having fun around the city, and it was daytime, and we're like, let's go to this cathedral here and visit this place, this awesome place. And I suddenly see this group of ladies approach me and not say anything, and it was actually only one of them, and then the rest were far away, and I just said, yeah, no, thank you. No, no, it's okay. No, I don't want to sign anything here.
Yeah.
I'm fine. And then I heard them cursing loud,
Yeah, of course.
like together. And they were cursing in Romanian, and I could understand it because, well, I was born there. I'm Romanian, and it was such a funny moment,
Oh, wait, so you're a Romanian living in Spain?
Yeah, for a long
Uh-huh.
time actually. I was a kid when I came here.
Ah,
So
okay.
I don't speak much Romanian because I lost my touch with it.
Yeah.
The lack of practice. This is where I am right now. So yeah, but yeah, it happened to me as well in Valencia. I think it was another guy coming at me asking me about that. I just said no, and my cousin who was with me was like, "Dude, what's wrong with you?" He was just asking for help, and I'm like, "That's all bullshit. That's scam." How do you know? You don't know that. And I'm like, well, it's pretty easy to tell.
Now that you know, like, just go watch YouTube videos.
Yeah. But yeah. So, what are the things that you like to paint the most? Like, is there anything in particular that attracts you more?
More humans than environments. I'm scared of environment painting, to be honest, so this is for me really hard.
Yeah.
What about
And
you?
and within that category, would it lean more towards like organic design or hard surface?
Oh, not hard surface. Uh-uh.
Okay.
I think I'm too dumb for that. What about you? What do you like doing? You're like, I love everything as long as I have the opportunity to switch it up once in a while, right?
No, I like everything, but as you can see, I'm not much of a fan of like hard surface stuff like robots and vehicles and stuff like that. Even though I'm kind of working on vehicles now for my project, but I'm approaching them from a very organic aspect, from a very organic point of view. So I think it's still within my comfort zone. But what I like to do the most, I think, are environments and creatures.
Yeah, I could
And
tell from.
yeah, it's kind of hard, to choose one. If you ask me, like, no, 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 you have to say only one, right? It's like, okay, I would say environments, but then I would think of the creatures, and then I would think of the characters.
How they, but they also kind of belong together in your work, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like they're all featured in within the same work. So
So how's it going with your opacity, 1000%?
this is just 100%. Yeah, I'm not going back. I think I prefer to do it this way. I like it that at least I have this pressure sensitivity for the size, so I get to do like really thin strokes and then suddenly like big blobs of paint here and there. Yeah, so I'm thinking I should probably try some more traditional painting, I think it could help me become more comfortable with this. But now I just wonder of the quantities of paint that you use for such a piece, like those giant ones that are as tall as you are, those canvases that
They're expensive,
are
yeah.
just huge. And it's not only the canvas, it's also like the amount of paint, Like,
Actually, the canvases are more expensive. If you buy 100% linen,
is it?
um,
So what's the difference between linen or, I
cotton.
mean,
Linen is the product that doesn't break easy.
mm, I see.
And cotton, well,
What's the rest of them?
cotton rips. Linen doesn't.
And is there any other type of it like
Yeah,
wood?
there's like rough linen and then there is portrait linen, and portrait linen is very fine. So the
Don't
structure,
get
it doesn't have holes too big. And the
that,
smaller
don't
the
get texture, right?
yeah,
Like that interlast kind of
yeah,
texture.
the fiber is very fine and stuff. So the finer the fiber, the easier it is to paint on it if you do like detail work, right? And I love to buy portrait linen, and 10 meters of portrait linen cost me $400.
Wow.
So you better not mess this shit up.
I mean, what do you do with those? I saw you were selling them, right? You sell them to galleries, to,
So
you know,
I made like two gorilla exhibitions in my whole life, but I didn't do the networking, so nothing really happened out of it. And then I
Hmm.
was like, because all the galleries that wanted me to exhibit, they wanted money from me, and that's not how things should work because I need to make money
I was
first,
expecting to hear something like they wanted money from me first to participate, and then they would pay me if it gets
and then they
sold.
would take their cut. So I never make a win.
What?
It would barely cover the cost of my time and material.
Yeah, 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 I see. That sucks. And but that was in America or
I did one in America, a gorilla exhibition that I funded myself by like renting out a space, and one in Vienna. And then I was like, this is too much. This is too much work for the outcome that I get. It's I
so you
decided,
start by your own, like on your own, or
yeah, yeah, yeah.
go to any agencies or any
No, I
gallery?
was looking, but there is nothing like that.
Hmm. Oh, Alvin is just relating to the scamming thing. It happened to me a long time ago. Church selling cross in 40 after talking turn in 100. I refused. Yeah, well, I remember in Zagreb actually, I went to a church that's nearby the area where the IFCC was, and it
Hmm.
was so awesome. You know,
The
the
Gothic
holy,
church.
yeah, so insane, right? And then
Mm.
I went in, and when I came out, I saw there was a lady, most likely a Romanian gypsy, and she was asking, like, she was showing me like a picture with 5 kids and kind of like asking me for money because one of them was ill or something like that, you know? And I'm like, I know where this is going, you know?
Yeah,
I get it. Those are not even your kids,
yeah,
and she's not ill. So, yeah, when you refuse, they take it in a very bad way. You know, they look at you in a weird manner and they almost curse you. Like
yeah,
they throw some magic spell at you,
yeah,
you know?
yeah, yeah. But they do that to freak you out.
Yeah, I know. They say some words and then they go away and you're like, what happened?
You're so
Oh,
gullible.
no.
You're like me. When I see someone that is like poor on the street, like they do it like barefoot, I can't help but give them money. It's like, oh, why are you barefoot? Buy yourself socks with this money.
Yeah, oh, I felt so bad about a guy. This was at the entrance of this event in Barcelona. There was this guy, probably my age, and he had a dog with him, and he was homeless. He was living in the street, and I think I was the only one. I never saw anyone else do that. I just sat down and talked to him, you know, just genuinely curious about the story. And I went and I bought some food for both for him and
Eh,
his dog.
what did he say? Like, what was his story?
I don't remember exactly the details, but uh, I don't remember anything actually about it. But all I remember is that he had the dog, and that's a creepy spell. Yeah, that's actually what happened as well in Zagreb. It was nighttime after the show was over. I was with some friends, um, and we were just talking, and this old lady who seemed to be local. he was just shaking a glass, like a jar with coins at us, like asking for money, but not saying anything at all, just shaking it in our faces. And we were like, no, no, we were sitting down on a bench and we were like, no, 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 thank you. No, sorry, no, And after insisting for a while, like, yeah, look, money here, she actually went away. She gave up, but before she went away, she kind of tapped our heads. She did like this, and both me and my other friend, which happens to be Pablo Carpio, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you know him.
No.
Carpio is this awesome guy who worked on many films and games and stuff. The big guys.
Okay.
Yeah, he was with me, just talking to some other friends back then, and I looked at him as she walks away, and he looks at me, and I'm like, "What did she do to us?" I don't know.
But that's so.
Hope it's not a spell or something. Dude, we're cursed. We cursed for the rest of our lives. Oh, our art skills. No.
Your art skills.
Like she stole it. Kind of like Space Jam. Remember that film?
Like the bunny stuff.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
90s, good old stuff.
I see a lot of those films popping up on, for instance, Amazon Prime Video and stuff like that. That's the only thing. I don't have Netflix or anything. I just have that one. And sometimes I even play films as I'm painting, but I find that really distracting
Yeah, it
because
is. Unless you watch a show that you know by heart that is more dialogue driven, then it's easier.
it's different, man. It's different because it has something to look at. Unlike a podcast or a soundtrack or an audiobook or something, which doesn't require you to look to the other screen, and even you want it or don't want it, you'll be caught up in watching that scene until the
Yeah,
end.
yeah,
And that's time spending you're not spending more like
yeah.
on the
Painting.
yeah.
It's true.
You're just emulating perfectly this kind of cut out effect, is this filter in Photoshop where you only get to have a few range of values
Yeah,
with colors and everything, yeah, that's so cool. I find that really difficult to do.
but you're
Like,
doing it there.
yeah, but mine is not. I mean, it's just one color here. One yours has like variations. Like for instance, the right side of the cat, the way we're looking at it, it's like red. It has red reflections and stuff. Then the other side has like I can see there are like two tones of that beige kind of color.
It's
And
so nice that you see this, what I tried to do. Because I was like, I'm not sure if this is gonna read.
of course, I mean, of course it reads. It's I need to sleep. I'll watch the replay. All right, Alvin, thanks for tuning in.
Yes, thank you so much for coming over.
Sleep well.
I'm taking a break.
Okay. Do you take like conscious breaks?
No, but I feel like I want to sleep, so I better
Mm.
take a break before I really like.
There's people out there who kind of use like timers. They create like these blocks of times for
Mhm.
work, like 30 minutes, 5 minutes break, or 1 hour and 10 minutes break, stuff like that. Do you ever do that? Because
No.
I don't. I think I work in a pretty artist way.
Yeah, you just work until you fall.
Yeah. I'm motivated, I do it. I'm not motivated, I take a break,
Yeah.
how did the tar- how do you say that in English? I never said it in English. Tarot or tarot or
I think English-speaking people say tarot,
tarot. Okay. So
but
how did
the
that?
T in the end is silent, so they say just tarot.
Okay. How did that happen? Like, how did you
I love
come up?
tarot cards. Like I
Yep.
love it. I love magic.
hmm
I was into Harry Potter. So then I got into tarot and I'm like I didn't like the illustrations. And then I found I think I found this Angelarium thing.
Oh yeah, that's well, I forgot.
Peter Moorbacher.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I found him first and then I was inspired to do my own deck, or if I was inspired to do my own deck and then I found him and then I was like, oh yes, I'm gonna do that shit.
But what is that? Like a compendium of several representations of angels, or is it like an IP in itself, like a universe?
It's several angels, like real angels in his way represented.
Mhm.
And I just love the cards. Oh, they're so
So
well made. I use them as a reference for the skill level that I want to achieve. Do you have that too? Do you sometimes put someone else's work that you look up to next to yours just to be like, this is where I need to be?
yeah, well, not literally next to mine, but I do look at other people that I admire, and I'm like, wow, this is my goal.
Yeah,
This is what I aspire.
yeah.
And yeah, and that's a cool way to benchmark yourself. Um, I actually had a friend of mine recommend that to do before going to LA. Like, dude, but what do you want? And I'm like, I just want to be better. And he was like, yeah, but what exactly do you want? Like, how much better? Quantify that somehow. Like, tell me someone you admire, take their
Hey,
art.
wait, before you keep talking, put your bottom frame to the left underneath mine
Uh,
because
oops,
it your
here, like this.
yeah, up more?
What? Like this?
Too much? Lower it a bit? Okay. Um, let me just like make a line so people know where where's your and mine is. 'Cause your face and your card and everything were blocking the painting and that would be a shame.
Of course. Sorry.
No, no, no. This is I should have paid attention to that. I didn't notice, for example, that I was more zoomed into mine because I needed to look at mine and people can't see your side very well.
It's okay. I didn't. I mean, I'm watching your stream and I didn't notice either, but that's fine. See, now I can revisit the initial painting as well.
You're so positive about things.
Well, that's something I've been told a lot of times, and sometimes it's even annoying to some people. How can you be so positive? It's not that I don't acknowledge the negativity out there, but why would I choose to only pay attention to that? There's so much good stuff. Like, I know there's some bad shit out there, but I don't want that to be filling up my thoughts.
Oh, I know. I can relate.
I was traveling with a friend once, and he was kind of convinced that we're not gonna make it to whatever we were wanting to do, like finding a restaurant or something like that. I forgot anyway. And he was like, I was like, yeah, it's right there. I'm pretty sure, dude. Look at the map, please. And he was like, no, we're looking at this map upside down or something like that. It's not this way. It's actually the other way. I'm like, dude, come on, please. Trust me, I can already see it. It's right there. And he's like, I'm hungry, dude. I'm hungry. Like, I just want to eat something. And I'm like, let's just go there and see, right? And it was right there. We found the restaurant. It was delicious. And I'm like, I told you, you see? And he's like, yeah, you and your fucking
Positivity.
positivity. Yeah. And
But
I'm like,
that's what happens when you're hangry. Like you don't think straight.
I know. Yeah, when you're under stress, you're not yourself anymore. That's when the real you shows up.
Don't
But
say that.
I have a problem with that statement because I think that's the real you when you're angry or stressed. You have another real you when you're relaxed. So, you know, why would I mean, why would you say that's the real you? I don't think so. That's when
Yeah.
you make someone mad, that's not the real themselves.
Yeah.
That's not themselves. In fact, that's why they recommend to kind of take never make big decisions when you're angry or agitated.
Hungry. Don't go grocery shopping when you're starving.
I do that. I used to do that a lot, you know, and it's not good because then I ended up kind of forcing myself to eat everything I put on my plate because when you're really hungry, you tend to put more than you can actually eat, which is something that I could say it's like eating with your eyes, you know,
Yeah.
would you get that confusion thing
Pull your painting up just a little bit more.
like this
No,
over
no,
the
no,
line.
no, 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 not too much. Just a little bit. You can put it a bit more down. Just a little teeny. Yeah, perfect. I'm just
This?
making sure it looks good in the overlay.
Okay.
Um, and I'm gonna put this away.
By the way, you let me know how long you want to run this because
I think
I
I can do half an hour more, and then I will really need to rest. I feel
okay,
exhausted today for some reason.
no problem. Do you also get this? Because here's what happens with me, right? English is not my native language,
Mm-hmm.
but I like to speak it, and I
Yeah.
like to communicate this language. But in order to make sense of my words, I feel like I'm spending a lot of brain power on that.
Yeah.
That's why perhaps it gets me so tired, and it's so difficult to both think of what I'm drawing and what I'm speaking about. And when I'm doing like long format videos where I speak nonstop, I tend to get pretty exhausted, which is different from this because here sometimes I stop, you speak, sometimes none of us say anything, so you get to rest a little bit. But do you ever get that feeling?
I
Like, do you
have
ever?
that feeling very, very often, not because of the language I speak, but more because of the speaking. Because I'm not used to being heard so much, you know. Because usually when you have a dialogue, you should rather listen than talk.
Yeah, it's really different because that level of interactivity, right, is different from when you're doing like a monologue.
Yeah, and I have to watch my words as well, because I say a lot of counterproductive shit.
Like for yourself or like from
Just
an audience point of view,
like
like you curse or you
yeah,
say.
yeah, and I say things that people don't agree with and stuff like that. So it's like it takes a lot from me to always think before I speak because I never do that.
I mean, I'm on the side that supports being yourself.
Believe me, I wished that were a case, but people are very judgmental anyway and very binary thinking when it comes to their opinions.
Okay, but don't you think that's a way for you to filter your audience somehow?
Sure,
Like,
if you have nothing to lose except of a audience, absolutely.
mhm.
But these days with cancel culture and everything,
Yeah, it's fucking awful. It's insane. Crazy times.
agreed.
Imagine working on this program, like using this program professionally, like to complete a finished illustration. I
If
think I
you're
need.
not used to anything but a round brush, it would be possible actually.
Yeah. And by the way, who was it that painted with the mouse? Alvin or
Yeah, Alvin.
yeah. Um, Prior to Alvin, I only knew another guy who did the same thing,
Yeah, me too.
Andrea Koroveshi.
Exactly that guy.
And
He
uh,
lasso tooled everything for the
yeah,
shapes.
when we speak about his, when I say his name, it reminds me instantly of my beginner days, because that's he would be everywhere on Facebook, th-
Yes.
those those groups, those the spit painting challenge, the
What happened to him?
oh, nothing. I think I mean, I did see that he bought a tablet, but I mean, it was still impressive, that he was painting all of that with a mouse. So it makes you feel like, oh, so there's no excuse.
Yeah, there is really no excuse for sure. But is he like employed in some big company or I'm wondering.
I actually don't know. I only know he still makes those kind of book cover style of illustrations, but I don't know. I don't know anything else. There was another guy called Dennis Loebner or something like that,
Mhm.
who was extremely insane at coming up with stunning compositions and images in just 30 minutes because that was the spit painting time limit on Facebook.
They blocked me from it.
People are like, what the hell?
Yeah,
Oh,
I posted something that took 50 minutes to make and I wrote this took 50 minutes to make and then instead of just like deleting it, they blocked me from the site.
oh, you're just too honest.
Dude, this is not the first time I'm hearing it.
You should have gone like, hey, this is a 15-minute.
Yeah, then I would have all the jobs by now, right?
Damn, he's fast.
Okay, I have a request for feedback.
Okay.
Let me just open up
Let's
a
go. Wow. Is this digital? Because it looks pretty traditional. Like,
um
so what could we say here?
let me see.
Looks pretty dope. I like the color variations in the skin tones.
To
Mm,
be honest, I cannot say anything either.
yeah, I don't know.
Ooh, I have one. If you want to hear.
Is it something about the shadows?
Yeah, so see where the line is between the highlight and the shadow. If you want to, you can pop it just a little bit by having a midline in between that is saturated, like
Yeah, yeah, that's
pinkish.
exactly what I was going to say. I love that thing. I love it when they do that.
So
I know.
that'll pop it.
Yeah.
This is digital? This
I,
looks
I
traditional. Huh?
I tend to the way I would do it is in case this is digital is I just set like an overlay layer and I mean a layer in overlay mode and then I just paint with some orange tone or something um, and just get it to be like subtle but noticeable, or I don't know what color would you suggest because now that we're talking about this, like yeah, I think it's a good choice. I mean, I get this effect you're talking about on the upper side of the eyebrow from a distance. Maybe when you zoom in, it doesn't really read that way, but
Yeah, I can tell that you're afraid. So what I would say is overdo it because you're digital. Like, what the fuck are you afraid of? Or are you lying to us? If this is
separately,
if this is digital, do too much and then tone the opacity down.
yeah, just have it on a separate layer
Yeah.
and add a mask and then you can paint with black, with an opacity until you're happy with it. Oh wait, this is digital. Right. Let's go.
Yes. Also,
Yeah, go ahead.
and a thing that I noticed, I don't know what the reference is, so this is just like my impression as the viewer. When I see like gray in skin or blue, like this dead blue, it looks a bit dead, like corpsey. So you can, if you want to, here up there too, you can take a warm light and overlay it. Like have like a warm light instead of a cold light to make the skin look a bit more alive. But that is like a matter of preference and mood, I
I
would
like
say.
a lot when they highlight those shadow areas with like a blue tone, kind of the reflected light from the sky
Yeah.
above.
Oh, that's
That's
great.
awesome. That looks so cool.
But since
That's
since this is a hard light, I would always imagine it to create warm instead
mm.
of cold shadows because the guy has cold shadows on his nose bridge there.
Yeah, yeah. Why I said exactly. That's why I said the orange kind of line where the shadow ends.
Mm.
That could look cool.
Yeah, it's okay. So he said he started with black and white and used the color layer. So yeah, don't be afraid. Just fuck around with as many different layers as you can, turn them on and off, have them next to each other, and this to me like I love your softs. I think this is perfect. Here, um I think that one problem is that you have a lot of parallel lines. So maybe you want to create a little bit of interest by not having all the lines go the same curve. So, like down here, like on the right side, it's not parallel lines. They're all like different somehow. So I know probably the reference is just that way, but it would help. And maybe maybe having here a harder edge with a lighter background just to pop him a bit more from the background because here if I squint my eyes everything is kind of the same value, even the shadows and the highlights. And I would like have it pop a little bit. Either you get the shadows more lower or the highlights more up, but distinguish it from the background. Does that make sense? Also down there, here like you have the fabric not overlap but kind of overlap, and I'm not sure what we are doing here. So I,
Yeah, I noticed that kind of curve as
yeah,
well. Like,
I would be bolder.
hmm
Yeah, you don't like it because you feel like it doesn't know what it wants to do. So you have to be like really bold and assertive. Like use your masculine energy and be like this line goes like this and this line goes back. Like really push and pull this. It's like a melody. The melody is defined by the silences between the notes, and you have to decide where you want the silence and where you want it to like have the note. But otherwise, this is perfect. I can't do this.
really cool. Makes me want to get more into studies, into fake studies.
LGN says, okay, time to man up. Yes, man up. Tell it where to go. Oh, this break helped. I'm motivated again.
Nice. So when you mentioned magic earlier, right? But what I mean, I'm trying to understand this difference between magic as you know it and magic with a K at the end. Is there any difference?
What is magic with a K?
Oh, that's what I wonder as well. Like,
You just made something up, didn't you?
no, it's just the word that is recognized by. And I wonder if it's something like um, ancient, more related to alchemy or occultism or something like that, Because
Let
I saw it
let me
instead of
see.
with the C, it's both with the C and then with the K.
Ah, magic.
Archaic spelling of magic. Oh, well, okay.
Because the thing is, this is a German way of spelling it. If we would, you know, write like Germans use CK a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I got quite confused when I saw it. I'm like, they don't know how to spell it. You know? But it turns out to be something else. That's why I wonder, since you mentioned it earlier with the tarot, right? Tarot,
Yeah.
with the tarot thing and everything. I wonder if it's something different.
Do you mind? No, this is not possible because of the layout I have. I thought, do you mind picking a keyframe so I can zoom in? But if I zoom in, um, it still cuts. Ugh, this is only good for keyframes.
You have a really wide aspect ratio set up there.
Yeah,
That's
let me
fine.
let me think. I think at this point we
Mhm.
could set up two different workstations and get into detail if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if we're gonna have enough time.
I'm
I
I'm
thought you.
motivated to
Oh
do
yeah.
45 minutes at least. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Like this break was refreshing my eyes looking at someone else's work. It was like
Mm-hmm. Magical.
it's like watching someone having a montage on going on a workout and then you're like, "Oh yes, I'm pumped. Let's do this shit."
And- All right, then I don't know.
Can I
I
tell you which my favorite is and then you can still like be biased about it and pick your favorite?
absolutely.
I
Let me
I
know.
I really love the one that is on the left bottom.
Yeah.
I love it for the mood and the color palette. I love that you have teal in there in the shadows with browns. This is my like if
Hmm.
I had an apartment, I this would be the color palette.
I was just gonna talk about that because I like it how this gives you like the impression of a cold tone.
But it's warm.
It's actually the same tone. It's just a gray kind of thing,
Yeah, it's a warm blue.
in traditional painting because it gives you the impression. I think colors are they depend. The way you look at colors depend on what's surrounding them.
Yeah.
And in this case, it's all warm tones. So of course, that gray is gonna feel like a blue kind of thing. So okay, then I'll work on this one. Do you want to zoom in or
I know what I'll do. I was busy busy thinking what the heck am I gonna do? I'm gonna clip this out from
okay?
myself and then I'm going to give you space and you can now zoom in and out as much as you want to on this canvas and I'll connect with my Procreate.
Oh, I see. Okay, so
And
you're gonna finish that in Procreate.
yeah. Unless you wanna switch software as well.
And how would I do that? Like,
So
how would I stream
then
that?
I would like
Do I share my screen and
how about Discord?
okay,
You could share your screen on Discord privately with me,
yeah,
and then I would stream your Discord screen on the right side, and I would have Procreate connected on the left side.
okay, okay. Now that I have my conversation open with you, I had to send you something to open it up because that's your server, right? The one with your picture.
Yeah,
All right. So
I wrote perset. Perfect.
okay,
What the? Did I fall on my head? Okay. So let's jump on a call, and I'll turn off video, and you just share your screen, and then I will I don't see it yet.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just opening up Photoshop.
Ah, okay, okay, perfect. Let me think. Oh yeah, right. OBS.
All right. Let me know if you see it right now. I mean, I'm streaming the window, so no panels are showing up.
Just a second. I just need to fix something here.
Okay. While you fix this, I'm just gonna take a quick break. Okay.
Perfect. Oh, perfect. Ah, nice. Okay. So now we're just going to play around here. Put this over there. And then we will put this here. Oh, can't believe I made this work. Bye, Deepanshu. It was nice meeting you. So, okay. And then I have to send myself the file. And
Oh, you made it.
yep.
Nice. Nice. Okay. So I'm just gonna take a screenshot, I guess.
You can export it, by the way. You go to file and then export or save as.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, since I'm gonna paint on top of it anyway, I'm fine. But I mean, it's not showing up. I don't see it on your stream, right?
What do you not see on my stream?
I don't see my painting. I only see the white canvas.
Oh, okay. Wait a second. Let me see the
Do
Discord.
you-
Just a second. The Discord for me is minimized. Um. Okay. Okay. So when I minimize my Discord, I will put it on my different screen.
Okay. No, I see it.
Ooh. Okay. I see what's going on here. Ah, that
Oh,
sucks. I need more screens than two.
it's adapting.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Uh, change something really quick.
Give me a second.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Now it works. Okay. Thank you, Hugo, for hanging out with us.
Oh, right. Hugo, thanks so much. Thanks for coming by and saying.
Don't be a bad host.
I didn't see it. I just came back now.
Oh, I'm just giving you shit. Don't worry. 'Cause I can, you know.
Yeah. But it's a nice experience, to stream and to have in the beginning I was really nervous because like did you ever get to have this pressure when in school they brought you in front of the class to present like a some
Yeah.
thing, you know?
Yeah. I know what you mean.
I didn't like that. And when I was working at this local studio, my first job, I had to be like the voice of the art department, right? So I had to do presentations and stuff in front of people, and I both liked it and hated it. I liked it because I got to learn more about how to
Yeah.
get my voice out there, and I hated it because I didn't feel like I was hitting the mark, you know?
Believe me, I feel ya.
And that's something that's really internal. Then I realized people don't really care about that. Like, I hope they don't realize I messed up there.
They
And they're
just
like,
want you to do well, you know? They want to have a good time.
yeah, yeah, yeah. They don't care. They're probably like, oh, I didn't even notice.
Yes.
Just sorry, I was just looking at your art. So that's kind of like the same feeling I had on Twitch the first times that I streamed. And I started to get comfortable with my 2 or 3 viewers, sometimes four, sometimes seven, and that's when I would start to get like nervous because I don't know. I don't know who you guys are, so I'm just gonna try. Oh my god, oh my god, try and be my best self. I'm nervous, and that messes up the entire thing. So I think also making videos for YouTube helped me to come up with this different approach to that, like building up that experience and just simply speaking in English overall. I
Yeah.
think like I think I practiced a lot. Um, that's how I learned English. Actually, I started to
Yeah, from
record myself.
talking.
Yeah, talking to nobody really, to myself. I was just pretending like I had a show, or something, and or more like I was treating that as like a diary, like a personal journal,
Yeah.
and not really video, only voice.
It's
And
it's it's like something, it's like you what would you tell yourself if you don't want to forget what you just learned? Oh
yeah,
shit. I totally overdid this size of. I made my reference screen huge now so I can see everything.
Nice, like a real board.
Yeah, I like.
So what I was telling to your audience when you left, the first break you took,
Are we
um,
counting breaks here now, huh?
well, just so you can identify which one I'm talking
Uh-huh.
about.
Okay.
The the one you came back and I said, "Oh shit, she's back. Shut up
Uh-huh.
now." I was just saying that I thought you wanted us to create like our own characters within the universe I'm creating, like
Oh.
a giant creature and a small character. Yeah, no, I'm fine with what we've done, but I was just telling them that it would be nice to make this kind of fan art, of this the concept, and so you can get like the dreamer and the spirit, which is, the spirit is the creature and the dreamer is the character, and I mean, at least that's how I call them in my story.
Yeah.
And I was just, sometimes I don't even know how exactly to speak about it because I have no real like no real story, no real narrative so far. Like, how do the actions occur in the world? I only know the world building aspects of it.
Yeah.
I know who's who, but I don't know how they interact with each other. So, hey, X9 Plasma, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Um, oh man, I have a hard time keeping up with the timing of the chat messages. Maybe they wrote this like 10 minutes ago and I haven't noticed.
Well, I hope that they are still here. I hope X9 Plasma is still here.
So, yeah, well,
Yeah, I
anyway,
totally forgot the train of thought that we were on right now. Sorry.
we were on to the not really knowing how to present something without giving it away completely, because I thought of
Oh, like making it blatantly obvious for everyone?
no, like, hey guys, I have the story and I don't know how to tell it to you without giving it out completely because maybe in the end I want to make a book out of it, or maybe I want to make a
Ah, I
so
understand.
I'm so overly excited about telling you telling you guys right now about every single little detail, right? But at the same time, I'm like thinking of the later events that could hurt, could get hurt if I say this now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we already know that because you spoiled us in the beginning, remember? So I'm like, yeah, sorry, I didn't know that it
You
was
have
going to.
full conversations in your head with your audience.
Yeah, I kind of haven't. Yeah,
Sheesh. I'm in awe of your endless excitement about this because it's sometimes really hard for me to keep this excitement up, you know, because I get lost in all the amount of work that I have to do that I sometimes forget to enjoy just the presence, just the path.
yeah. Oh, that's really important because we tend to be locked in the either the past or the future.
Yeah.
To be here, and I don't blame anyone because that's pretty hard, especially nowadays. You're constantly thinking of what's gonna happen,
Yeah.
and I find that like a really important, and I don't know, it's a nice virtue to have, to be able to be here, right now, this very moment. What's your problem right now? I don't have any problem. Then why the hell are you mad or sad or. I like this book I read from Eckhart Tolle. It's called The Power of Now, and it's really interesting. It's like those books you read at the moment, and you're like, oh yeah, everything's clicking right now, and I get it. And then it slowly fades away because you don't practice anything of what you've learned.
Oh, right.
It's almost like those awesome tutorials that you just watched.
Yeah, and nothing sticks because you're not putting it into practice.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's something I think I'm pretty bad at. So
Oh, I can 1000% relate. You're not being judged here at all.
we got to be consistent. I always think that way about my social media, my YouTube and all that stuff like, "Oh man, I have so many YouTube videos, ideas in mind, you know." And then I never do them because I always think there's something better I can do with it. And that ends up killing your motivation, your excitement. It's like postponing all the time,
Yeah.
delaying. Well, there's never been a more perfect moment than this very moment right now.
Yes. And I was thinking the same thing. I was like, maybe I could be painting my tarot cards while you talk, like on the side. But I I wouldn't be painting what I'm doing now if it wasn't for you. So I'm happy for the influence that you give me and
Probably the same here, you know. I would probably be like surfing Amazon or something for because I'm changing my workspace right now. This is not my usual workspace. I just changed it. If you take a look at the videos, I haven't uploaded that one yet, but what I'll do, you'll see the little desk that I used to have and how everything was kind of really close together in there, and I had no space. And now I got myself like this new desk, um, and everything is like way more, uh, you know, what's the word here? Like spread
yeah.
across space I have. So yeah, um, I'm still getting used to it, and I bit by bit notice that there's something lacking here. The screen could be a little bit more over
Yeah.
there. Or, so I think it's a process of getting used to it because I used to work on a Cintiq before, and now I'm working on a regular tablet.
How did you like working on a Cintiq?
Oh, it's awesome. I just think it was not really suited for the workspace that I had because I had it on top of the desk, and then that part of the desk had like a pile of drawers.
Yeah.
It has no space below for my legs to get in there. So I had to kind of split my legs like this, you know, and kind of like hug the entire thing. And I hate working on a Cintiq on a vertical kind of pose like this,
Yeah.
it's people I've seen doing. So I kind of bring it down here, and that makes me kind of have to step away from the table a little bit more.
Yeah.
So that's where it got a little bit more comfortable because I was away from it,
Yeah.
had some space, but still, it was uncomfortable because then my mouse was on the like behind the Cintiq on this side, and it was kind of like a mess. And I had some some of my friends tell me like, honestly, I don't even know how you managed to work like that.
It's love.
Yeah,
That's what you gotta tell them.
I mean now that I'm trying to get used to the Intuos again, the regular tablet, I can say the Cintiq is way better for drawing. It's amazing.
Yeah?
And yeah, because you get this hand-eye coordination, you know.
Immediately?
Oh yeah, it feels natural because of that. I remember when I was 9 years old, my uncle gave me a digital tablet as a present. I got my first computer back then. My parents just bought like the first computer in the house, and I was so excited. Microsoft Paint, mouse. I was using the mouse, and he saw that, and he was like, "Hey, try this." And I'm like, "What's this? I don't understand it." So if I paint here, if I draw stuff here on the table, right? Why does it not show on the tablet? And he's like, "Well, because it's a graphic tablet. It's not a digital tablet. It's not like it has a screen or anything. You have to watch. You have to look at the screen." So I could not really get used to that concept, right?
I get it.
which is kind of, if you think about it, that's the same thing as using a mouse, right? You move stuff on the table, it moves on the screen. Your eyes are looking at the screen,
Yeah.
not on the but the way it feels so different, I think this is just like my personal theories, but I think the way it feels different is because it's a different grip. You don't grab a mouse the same way you grab like this stylus. So your brain, your subconscious associates that to a different thing, and that's
Yes.
why it's so different. And I see I got pretty used to the Cintiq, and now this is like a big change for me. Even though I used to do this before the Cintiq, but now it's like I'm trying to get used to it again. One big
Did you try working on iPads yet?
Oh yeah, I have my iPad right here. I just don't use it much for painting, more like for sketching.
Okay.
I find it really cool for that. And I still have to try it outside, like go somewhere to the park or something and sketch what I see and stuff like that. Do some live
That's
painting
so
stuff.
nice. Like that you can do this. Like my iPad is not bright enough.
Oh, well, I don't know how
Do you
bright
have
it is.
the latest one? Because I think the newer ones they get really bright.
I I have the one from 2018.
Is this Pro thing? The
Hmm.
one with the thin edges?
Yeah, the one that has no buttons on the screen.
Oh yeah. I think yeah, that one definitely can show even
Mm.
on daylight. Really nice.
So now the thing is the very software that you use for painting, right? Because I don't know, I'm not used to any of them. I personally find RStudio Pro really similar to Photoshop, and I think that's when I ended up buying like a Bluetooth keyboard, that works with the iPad.
Yeah?
And yeah, it's pretty cool. It's almost like the same. I'm not used to Apple. I have no other device from Apple. So I was not really used to the Control Alt Z
Yeah?
would be different because they have Command
Yeah.
where Alt is, and Alt is like on the other side. So
This
it's.
was so annoying to me when I had to switch to Apple as well. So I feel you.
Have you read Invisible Ink, a practical guide to building stories that resonate? That's interesting. No, I don't know about that, and I'm gonna search it up right now.
It's it's a cool sounding title.
Yeah. Invisible Ink, a practical guide. That's so cool. Thank you so much for the suggestion. I've been trying to get my mind into everything for these past 2 years. Because I realized that this project is not only something that happened recently, it's something that's been building up in my mind ever since I I was a kid. Like I've always dreamed of having my own project, my personal project, right? Like every other artist out there, they all have their own projects, their own worlds. I want to have mine too. But then forcing that, I realized that there's nothing coming out of that. So one day out of nowhere, I just had this idea, and I decided to just keep watering it. And yeah, it got me into so much stuff. Like for instance, I'm a big lover of uh, Greek mythology and well, mythology in general. Those stories and stuff. And I read this book called The Hero's Journey. You might have heard of it. It's written by Joseph Campbell
Mm-hmm.
and describes this general structure that every single story out there seems to have in common with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's religion, mythology, folkloric stories.
There is an orphan that needs to leave his hometown, And then the herald comes that tells him you have to do it. And then the hero is like, I'm not up for the task. And the herald says, oh, yes, you are. The herald disappears. Then something happens, and the hero says, I have to go now because something happened, because maybe the whole town will evaporate or whatever. And story starts. The belly
Yeah,
of the whale, blah, blah, blah.
call to adventure, the
Call,
refusal
yeah.
of the couple, and when I'm not sure if the book says that or someone reviewing the book said it, but it's like you can relate to these stories with your own life
Yeah.
in everyday. It's an everyday thing. Even what I'm doing right now with changing this workspace, it's like the call to adventure. And I had a lot of doubts this week about this new change, like, hey, maybe we should go back and have it again, the way it was before. Like, we were good already. Why did we change it? And I'm like, wait, didn't you just say that we had to change this because it was uncomfortable, because blah blah blah? So these are kind of the conversations I have with myself, right? Um, and I find the human brain, the human mind actually just impressive. Like it's so complicated. Don't you feel like this curiousness, curiosity?
Curiosity?
Yeah, for how our psychology works.
Oh,
You
yes, I
like
do. Especially the people who are mentally ill. I'm very interested in that.
yeah. It's I don't know. I find it pretty fascinating. I'm sorry for my dog is really excited right now.
Do you know
he always
why? Did he smell
oh yeah.
something or
Oh yeah, every time someone comes at home, he is like grading them, and he
like
gets
that?
yeah, really playful, jumping all the time. Yeah, I feel bad when I have to kind of tell him to not do that again because
People
it's
get
too
scared.
loud.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it's well, yeah, he actually does that with people he knows.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I get it that there are people out there who are not much into animal behavior and they don't really understand the they don't read these signs and they get mad or they get scared or they get yeah, it's I don't know. I don't know much about it either, but I'm trying to learn as much as I can. I think there's nothing bad about that. You
Well,
always
it's
need something else.
for me, I would train my dog to like read them silently just because it shocks people, it's like
Hmm.
you can't if you can't say peacefully hello to someone because your dog is like constantly barking, that kind of ruins the moment of being like excited about meeting someone again after a
We're
while.
outside and I meet my friends or something, and he gets to do that, I kind of calm him down.
Yeah, yeah.
But I mean, maybe I'm more permissive with bad behavior sometimes because of his size. It's
Yeah,
not,
that's that the small dog thing. It's always the
yeah,
same.
yeah, no, but I mean, imagine like a big dog would do that. Like,
Yeah, it's different for
would
sure.
be, yeah,
But
it,
people don't know how to treat big dogs either. Like I've seen lots of big dogs who are walking their humans and not the other way around.
I see. Yeah, yeah, I know. I had to take care of, like, we call him the cousin of my dog because he's my sister's dog.
Ah,
And
okay, that's why they're cousins. I get it.
yeah, yeah. So, but this is a completely different breed. This dog is giant. It's a Argentinian dogo. So that dog is like a giant pit bull, right?
Yeah.
And I had to take care of him when he was 6 months old, and he was already like probably 40 kilos or something. So he was so playful all the time. He wanted to play with my dog, and my dog was like, "Dude, wait, you're too big."
Yeah.
Like he's still like a kid,
Yeah.
and
They don't know.
they don't know. So he wants to play with his legs, and he put the paw on my dog's back, and he's like crushing him, and he's like running and hiding, and just the experience of walking that big guy was like a different world for me. I was walking two dogs with two very different levels of strength because the other one was pulling like crazy. He was not trained.
Yeah.
He lives in the mountain. Like he's always free. So he's never walking on a leash or anything like that. And I had to kind of take care of him like for that weekend, whereas my sister was away with her boyfriend. And yeah, that was that was such an experience.
The contrast again.
The contrast, yes, yes.
Have a good time, LGN. Thanks for showing up.
Oh, thank you so much, LGN. Hope you have hope you had fun and got something away from the stream. And yeah, cook something delicious for dinner and enjoy it.
Oh my god, dinner. I want some of that.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure how much time you have left. I think we're coming to almost like an end.
Yeah, let's do 10 more minutes. Gosh, I
It's
love what you're doing. This is so gorgeous.
I don't think I've ever done 4 hours of streaming before.
Oh,
So
I'm used
opportunity.
to 6, sometimes 10. I once did 12 hours of stream.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit, that sounds like a challenge or
It
something.
was a challenge.
Oh, I see.
Like I said it for fun as a joke, like you can't miss my stream. I'm going to be there for 12 hours, so you better pop up. And then I was like, 10 hours already passed. I can do 2 more hours. That's how.
I see. That's how these things work.
Hmm.
The accident. Oh, I never thought I was going to make it this far. I might as well but I keep going.
Yes, exactly though.
I think I'm fascinated by sunsets. You know, it's such a unique time.
Experience.
Yes, it's so cool. I remember only watching, only observing like the whole range of different colors, those changes in tonality and
Yeah.
everything. So impressive. Like I didn't have my phone with me, so because you rush to take pictures or
Yeah.
record a video, but what the camera sees is pretty different from what you see.
Right? And it's like
Yeah,
it no matter how good the camera gets and the chips and whatnot, it's just not
yeah,
the same.
yeah. It's really different. I don't know. I think we have an amazing, um, what is that called? Dynamic range.
Yeah, HDR.
Yeah, like extreme HDR. You can both see what's outside the window and what's inside the house.
Yeah.
Correct exposure. So yeah, keeping in mind the book from James Gurney, Color and Light, you know, you tend to like as opposed to what I mentioned earlier about watching a tutorial and forgetting about it. That didn't happen with that book. Everything stays with me even nowadays. Night scenes, sunsets, subsurface scattering, all that kind of technical stuff, that you kind of look at it, it's there, but you're not able to localize it. You
Yeah.
don't know exactly what it is. Well, that's what I learned with that book.
He
Like,
he created a classic.
yeah,
He
it's
really did.
it's so cool.
My picture makes me laugh. That's a good sign. Check his facial
Everything
expression out of the cat. He's like so done with it.
I see, yeah, he's
And I,
kind of tired. Like, can we go already?
yes, and he's tied up. Like he might as well be someone who tried to eat them at some point, but then they tamed him.
Like he could rip him apart in no time. Gentle giants, that's what they are.
Annoyed gentle giants.
Yeah. Have you been using Procreate for a long time?
It's been a couple of years, but on and off, really.
Mm-hmm.
I just started to stream with Procreate because something with my Photoshop isn't working. I haven't put the time in to figure it out yet because it only happens when I stream, and I'm thinking the show must go on, so I rather just like jump into Procreate. And I like that I can, like you say, this with the screen thing, that I have immediate result, and I'm also more comfortable on the iPad because I can just sit in my bed and paint.
You just see it. You paint where your eyes are.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I would kind of highlight from the Cintiq, and also you have to understand that if you're painting on a screen, there are certain things that your hand is covering, so you don't get to see the big picture of the entire thing at all times unless you take the hand away,
Mm-hmm.
right? So that can be sometimes uncomfortable for certain panels or something that you need to see and it's somehow hidden underneath your hand or something. But it's not like a big problem. It's just like a if I have to come up with something to complain about it, that would be
That
something.
would be the downside.
Yeah. But I think um, the size of it because I mine is the model that's 27-inch screen, so that's a pretty big screen.
Yeah.
Have like in front of your eyes. And of course you end up using like maybe only the center of it. And reaching the corners is kind of funny because you have to literally move your arm like
Yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But that's how you're supposed to paint in the first place. It's just we get very comfortable painting small and lazy.
Yeah.
That's what they taught me at school. They said use your elbows, use your whole arm.
Hmm. Well, you're right, because I feel like I've become kind of lazy in that aspect. Like, oh man, really? Do I have to move until this corner right here to pick up the color? Like, can't it just be here?
Can't I
Which is
just
something,
decide telepathically which one I want?
yeah, which is something that doesn't happen now because, with this tablet that I have is the M size. This is pretty old. This is from 2012, I think. And this is the M size, which is not too big, not too small. It's perfect for me, but it doesn't require giant elbow movements or
Yeah.
shoulder movements. It's mostly my wrist that stays here and does the job in the center of the image. And if I have to quickly reach out to the corner, it's it's a little further away, but not too much. So I think that made me way more comfortable. you know, that when you're using a Cintiq, when you switch from this to that, you feel that kind of level of annoyance. If I
Yeah.
have to, it's like, oh, come on, but just complaining about stupid stuff.
First world problems.
Yeah, exactly. You nailed it.
Not gonna judge you for it though. There's always look for ways to improve your workstation.
Yeah, it's a constant process. I think you never get the perfect thing.
Mm-hmm.
I like a lot those color variations that you usually see in traditional painting,
Mm-hmm.
which is something that happens naturally because the colors are blending together naturally and stuff like that. But I try to emulate that somehow in the paintings. Like, for instance, I only have this brown color here, right? And what I could do would be to, for instance, pick up
God, I
some
love this.
some red, some more color, and
I love what you got there.
yeah, you like it?
I love it. I like love it with capital L.
Really?
Yeah.
That that's nice to hear because I think there's so many things wrong here. But anyway, I'm gonna try to fix it as best as I can. Something that I struggled with was the edges, like how defined is an edge? If it's blurry, if it's like really sharp. I think this is a question you asked Zach as well.
I always struggle with edge work. It's gonna be the weakest thing. Did you watch the whole thing?
No, no, no. I was just jumping through different sections,
Yeah,
and
you got the big one, the big question.
I just happened to come across that. Yeah.
It took me forever to edit his. Not gonna do this with ours.
Oh wait, you edited it?
Yeah, I edited a ton.
I mean, but why? Is it? That's just a stream, right?
Yeah, but still, I downloaded the stream and I edited it. I put, for example, overlays of the references that he was talking about on top. Like if you mentioned
Oh,
an artist, I would like show their face and the name and their
and where
work.
can you upload it later?
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Oh, okay, okay. So I only saw it on Twitch.
Okay, okay, okay. I think the YouTube version is better than the real one.
Well, this is where you see the raw content,
Ugh.
No, which is something that we're really thinking about with Lightshare because yeah, it does take a while to edit all of that, but mostly, it's usually really smooth and we usually don't have to cut anything out, right? But if we mess up somewhere, we mention something we shouldn't say
Mhm.
because it's NDA stuff or whatever,
Mhm.
we cut that out. And what I notice is that that never happens anymore because maybe practice. I don't know.
Mhm.
I think we're on our way to our 11th episode now, and yeah, I'm noticing this fluency.
Yeah, you,
This
you you start to get used to each other and how to.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like we're way more comfortable now, and we don't worry so much, and we don't. I think that's reflecting on ourselves on stream as well. Like you can tell that we feel more comfortable, and I think that for that reason we should try the live stream as well. Like do you remember these guys from Level Up?
Oh yeah, of course.
Derek, Jonas Zero, Wojtek. I'm not sure if Mikal Kus, or I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly.
Kuchera? Kuch.
No, no, no. Mikal Kus. That's
Don't know.
Maciej Kuchera is another guy. He was not with them, but anyway, Mikal is Derek's co-founder
Mhm.
of the Focal Point School in Poland.
Oh, dude, I didn't know that there was a school.
Yeah, they have this school, Focal Point, and I'm not sure if it's physical. I think it is a physical school. Like at the beginning, I wasn't sure if it's only an online thing or, but I think it is a physical school. I actually saw them in LA when I went there. They're cool people.
At the Lightbox or.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
The only one I went to.
Okay, okay.
I haven't gone to anything else. I wonder what CNT or
CTN.
CTN.
It's pretty much the same thing.
But is it about 3D only or
No, no, no. It's painting.
okay?
Painters of any kind, not just concept art though. Like
Hmm. I see, I see. And then there's one exclusively dedicated to ZBrush, isn't it?
yes, that's the ZBrush Summit. That's at the Nomen campus. So
But
where I
that's
went to school.
is it more like a challenge or something that people kind of submit their work and then they go there as an audience or
It's kind of like that as well. So they do have artists that compete with each other. Like they have
Mhm.
like 1 hour competitions and stuff like that. And I was when I was at school there, because the Pixologic and the Nomen campus they're on in the same block, you know. And I would like paint my tarot cards because that's when the idea started. And this guy comes over to me, and like I talked to him a lot. I just didn't know who he was. And so I tell him about the tarot cards that I'm making, and I was using ZBrush as my base. He says, "Ah, do you know the new sculptures tool that we have out in ZBrush? Because back then this whole thing was new." I was like, "No, no, I don't know it." And he says, "Yeah, you should use it because it will help you with the grapevines or whatever." I was like, "Okay, I did." And then he showed it to me, and I used it. And he asked me, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm making a tarot card." Blah blah blah. And and then this asshole goes out there. Like he's the CFO of ZBrush, and then he goes out there and creates a whole summit around tarot cards. And then that was the theme, and I was like, "You little motherfucker!" He
Really?
took all the credit, most likely for that.
Bro, that's some shady stuff right
No,
there.
but it's fine. He took me on lunches like every week and stuff like that. Like,
After that?
um, during we hung out pretty much a lot.
Hmm. Yeah, I would not like to be in that position. Like, I tend to be overly protective with my project, you know.
Yeah, but you
So,
know what? I think when the Zebra Summit happened and the tarot cards became a thing, I think that the guys from Cyberpunk found out about this and then they put the tarot cards into the Cyberpunk game and now tarot cards are kind of a thing. So it just pushes my work, you know, like when people look at it and it's popular, then I will have a bigger market to sell my tarot cards. So it's fine.
I mean, as long as they're not copying your,
No, 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 no. They aren't. It was simply just the idea to use tarot
uh,
card as an
I mean, we do understand that your tarot card deck is not the only one out there, right?
no, no,
Just
no, no, no.
that
No.
project is not the only one featuring like a giant animal with a human being.
Yes, of course.
But
That's why it's not a
mm,
big deal. It was just like
yeah,
this is how it is in Hollywood. Like you have to be really, really careful with what you're saying, otherwise people are gonna run away with your ideas.
yeah, yeah. I just happened to get like a job offer for a book cover, which is features some stuff that I also have in my in my project, which I thought they were uh, pretty rare and unique, right? And it's still rare and unique. It's obviously not the only one out there with that, but the book cover had to feature that exact same thing. It's like an ocean of clouds, right?
Hmm.
And flying ships and stuff like that. And I'm like, damn. And then I thought to myself, like, wait, we're not the only ones, right? So it's okay. But then imagine the guy says, "Oh yeah," and I have like a big creature, and there's like a little guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I'll be more worried. But fortunately, it was only that. It was more like a steampunk type of genre. So yeah, mine is more like a fantasy based thing. So it's okay. But you know that initial kind of jump scare,
Hmm.
like
Oh, I know.
it stops your heart for a second.
Believe me, I know.
Yeah. I gotta say something, Tiana. You're extremely relatable. I love that.
It's you mean like it's easy to talk to each other, right?
Yeah, yeah, and there's a lot of stuff that I can relate to that you think as well. You know, like we're on the same wave of.
Yeah. It's really easy to talk to, which is really nice. I don't know if this is an artist thing or a character thing.
I think it's a personality trait overall because I had this thing with non-artist people as well. You know, it's
Mm.
just people who are kind of like open about anything really. Like I love this a lot because it makes the communication so much easier.
Yes.
Imagine like imagine I was a dude who kind of took everything in a bad way. Anything you say, like you
Uh,
have to be really careful what you say because
spare me.
you'll offend
I
me.
had that the other week.
Really?
Yeah. Not gonna go into detail, but I have that all the time.
You have to.
Nope.
But I hate it when that happens.
You just hate, yeah.
And
But
I forgot to say it. Sorry, sorry. Just
thank you so much. I really appreciate this. I noticed that I was quiet and I let you do all the talking. I hope that you're not mad at me for that.
no, no, I'm not mad. Of course I'm not. Like, I don't know. Why do you think someone would get mad for that? I mean, it's
Well, I don't want to give you the responsibility of, like having to engage with me and it's like hard and stuff.
no, no, no. It's fine. And in this particular case, I need to practice this as well because I also like to stream and make videos and stuff. So it's a good exercise for me as well.
Well, then I'm glad.
Yeah, and there's something I forgot to say to I forgot who it was. Someone who left that was saying something about coloring. Oh yeah, I think it was the portrait one. Um, LGN, I think it was.
Yeah?
So this person said that uh, color mode was used, right? Like they made this in black and white, and then they applied like a layer in
Uh-huh.
Photoshop. It was like color mode. So I wanted to talk about that because I realized color mode is kind of flat. I don't know why. I feel
Yes,
like it's
yes.
a flat.
Because color mode doesn't do saturation. Because you can't convey saturation in black and
Okay.
white.
See, yeah, yeah, yeah. I see. So I just wanted to kind of recommend something else. Like, I don't know. I've seen people painting, uh, I mean, coloring images with multiply, which was something crazy to me at first.
Hmm.
And then I tried it, but you have to use the brightest value of any color.
Yeah, I did that too. But I think that using color mode is not bad for the first layer, and then top layers can be overlay, like saturation overlay or stuff like that, or screen. Like if you want to pop the highlights more, then you can screen them. But next time I see LGN, I'll tell them what you said.
I've been trying some different options, like overlay or for coloring, I mean, when you have like a black and white thing. Overlay, or I've seen Mark Brunette, about Mark Brunette?
Oh my god, that name tells me something.
Yeah, it's this guy from Cube Rush. Cube Rush, like an online store for art and stuff. And well, he worked at Blizzard. I mean, he has his own channel on YouTube. And anyway, what I learned from him was what was that called? Give me a second. Oh yeah, the gradient map.
Mark Brunette, Mark with a K?
No, with C.
Mark. Hmm. Okay, I didn't even follow him. Is he this anime painter? Yeah.
Kind of anime, yeah.
Come on, this is anime all the way. It's even hentai territory.
Yeah, he has this particular style. It's a stylized anime kind of thing. When you say anime, I tend to think of flat colors and
Hmm.
shadows.
Yeah, I know.
He kind of gives it that 3D look. But yeah, yeah, that guy.
I can't see myself doing anything in anime. How about you?
Neither I do. I mean, I don't like. It's not that I don't like anime. I don't like to paint that style. See, this is the same thing we said in the
Yeah.
beginning. I enjoy stuff that I would not be able to paint because I would not enjoy painting that.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I used to do like fan art of Dragon Ball Z or similar stuff,
Yeah,
you
that's
know.
what we all do. For me, it was Sailor
Yeah.
Moon.
Yeah, yeah. So, you know, I don't know. I actually have no idea how I got to this more realistic style, if I have to put it
You
in a
grew
word.
up.
No, I mean, I feel like there's like an evolution process that I'm not able to put my finger on it right now. I can't locate it. I don't know when it happened. Because there was like these times I would call like breaks, you know,
Hmm.
breaks where I would
Milestones.
I would not paint digitally. I would only focus on traditional, like charcoal, uh, color pencils, pastel colors, stuff like that, and then back to digital once again. And yeah, it's funny because the first digital program that I used was Microsoft Paint, and I would really spend a lot of time doing those drawings.
Did you actually draw? Because I know I remember I was just like doing a fill layer and then I would it was a fill layer in black and then I would take all the colors and just like with the mouse all over the place. And that was for me art.
I was trying to use all the tools. I
All the
remember
shapes.
no, all the tools. Like there was a spray brush or something, right?
Hmm. Which is the
So
dissolve nowadays.
yeah, I I tried to use that, but I don't know. I think I always went for but the thing is that everything was so pixelated, and I would print what I was making because we just happened to also have a printer back then. We bought everything at once, and I also had like a scanner, so I was just like having so much fun with both digitalizing my traditional drawings, and printing my digital paintings.
For the
And I was,
afterworld, you know?
yeah, I was so influenced by the cartoons I was watching.
Yeah.
I would try all of that, and then I remember this is you know, I recently realized that I've always been doing concept design and concept art ever since I was a kid. Like I was what 5 years old, coming up with like my own characters, like my own planets, my own environments, and their stuff. you know. So I only realized that because I still keep some of my old paintings and drawings when I was like 8 or 9 or you know and looking back I realized that, and that's such a funny reflection.
I still have them too. It's really nice to look back and be like, oh, this is how my mind worked back then. This is what was important to me back then.
Don't you kind of get like teleported to your mindset back
Hmm.
then?
Oh, yeah.
Because I remember myself looking at those drawings and saying, god damn, this looks so good. Like this is awesome. Like I remember drawing like a Spider-Man that now it turns out to have like four biceps on a single arm. So, but back then it was just like a masterpiece for me because it's like, holy shit, look at this anatomy. Damn. All those bulges on the arm, right? Because I did not understand how it worked.
Oh my
Like,
god. This is like
oh,
every artist ever. You tell me I am relatable, that is very freaking relatable.
yeah. You look back and you're like, God damn, it was this bad? I don't remember it that way. It's something that also happens. I'm not sure how much you are into video games, but you tend to remember certain games from the early age of like maybe early 2000s or somewhere around that, and you're like, I remember they had fingers, not like a single stroke, like a single um like a fist or something. But yeah, it's
That's how I felt when when I played Super Mario Nintendo 64. I was like, that's way less polygons than I remember the game having. I feel like my brain just filled up the missing pieces.
right. I used to put so many have muscles on my characters. I did that too. I think I actually made up a lot of them. Like creating some new group muscles and stuff like that. Like the typical 12 pack, in the
Yeah.
abs and stuff like that. But
Oh,
oh,
bless you. You were
that
such a
made
cute kid, I can already tell.
I remember I was also like painting regular stuff. I mean, just a deer in the middle of the forest and the river, and I was trying to come up with some story, right? So I
Yeah.
would paint this snake sneaking across the bushes, like yeah, that's the only thing I was worried about, like let's
But
paint stuff.
this is so nice. You were a storyteller from the beginning.
I did not realize that, but I now see that that's true. And I don't know, I'm both fascinated, happy, proud, and
Yeah, like you feel like you'd like to hug yourself and be like,
uh,
"You're
in
such
a
a
s-
good kid. Here's a hug
yeah,
for you."
yeah. I mean, I feel good. I don't feel like I did anything wrong, but just
I'm not. Am I making you feel like you did anything wrong?
yeah, sometimes you tend to feel like you don't want to stand out too much.
Hmm.
Like the feeling you get when your friend pulls out. I'm not sure. Like, let's say in the grades, right, in Europe are just numbers. Like in the United States, you have an F or
Yeah.
a B or an A. Well, let's imagine over 10, right? Your friend aspires to something else and it gets like a 5 and you get like an 8. So you're both happy, but you know, you don't want to be too happy because he might get like, I don't know, that kind of weird mindset.
Yeah.
I hated that. And now
And
it's
you had
like
to
it's
tone down your brilliance, you mean?
yeah, it's like it kills your vibe or something. And I hate that. Now I tend to not do that. Like of course, you have to understand the situations, but come on, like you can celebrate, man. It's okay.
Now you stick your tongue out and be like, "Na na 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 na." Na."
No, no, not like laughing at them, but you know, just staying true to myself,
Yeah.
and that's really that's a really interesting and healthy thing to do. Most people tend to discredit themselves, and I associated
Hmm.
that to a very artist mindset, like, no, my drawing sucks. Don't look at it, you know. And they're just hiding a masterpiece. You're like, holy shit, did you see that drawing? It's
Yeah.
amazing. It says it's shit, but it's not. It's amazing.
I
So
had that shit at IFCC all the time. I wanted to kill these guys. There were like those 20-year-old kids that just turned 20 and they had like
geniuses,
genius
prodigy.
sketchbooks, like sketchbooks that people would pay thousands of dollars for, you know.
Don't look here. This sucks. Don't look there. That also sucks.
No, they just look at it as if they don't know why it's so good. You know, like, I don't know what you mean. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. You know how good you are. Who the fuck are
Oh,
you kidding? Get away from me. I don't want to see your face right now. Like,
come on, you
because
know what
I,
I'm
I get
talking
so
about.
frustrated because I'm so proud, you know, like I'm like, oh, look what I did, and then this kid
Yeah,
comes here like 1,000 times better than me, and then he's like, but I don't know what you mean. Ah, shut
yeah,
the.
you know exactly what I mean.
God damn it.
Yeah, it's almost like sometimes, especially when you're that young, you feel like you expect that validation from an external source, usually from someone who's way more experienced. If it doesn't come from their mouth, I don't believe I'm good, right?
Mm.
And that's something pretty common I'm witnessing, and I think this is what we want to also talk about in our next episode, which is tomorrow actually. And I see that kind of problem and I relate to it because I've been there as well. We've all been there, you know. But I'm starting to realize that there's not like a single path to be happy with what you create and to make a living off of art or to just do what makes you happy. And I had this someone told me once that you just do what you love and money will then follow,
That's
right?
not true.
And well, it is true.
It's not
But
true. You have to be more than just do what you love. Like you have to be a good businessman.
I mean, yeah, but you still love what you do, right? You don't like the business, but the business is like a, what should I put this, like a side hustle, I would say, the
I
necessary
to
thing.
be honest, I just don't agree. I think these people who say do what you love and the money will follow are natural business people already. Like I think for me, in my paintings, for example, like the big ones, money didn't follow. Like I didn't just I thought this would work like that, like set up an
No,
exhibition and then money will come, but it wasn't like that.
I think they mean it in a long-term way.
Maybe,
You know,
yeah.
of course. Like I also mean it that way when I say it, because you can't expect to be successful overnight.
Yeah, that's true.
Or they're lucky. Yeah, they could be lucky as well. But I mean, if I think about myself, I feel like I'm a pretty lucky guy for having everything that I have in my life, right?
Yeah.
If you think about it, that's not luck at all. All those things that I have were made by someone. And you start thinking of your parents and what they gave you and who made it possible for you in your journey, your personal journey to get what you are right now, where you are right now. And you start thinking of all those sleepless nights of stress and all that shit that you had to eat for so long. And when someone comes and says, "Oh, you're just a lucky guy," right?
Or
I'm not
no,
saying,
no, no, you're just talented.
yeah, or you're just talented. That's like a gift. Okay, but what about the rest? What about all the hustle and all the struggle that I've been through,
Yeah.
right? So, um, that doesn't mean that there's not other people who are genuinely lucky out there. But most of the time, luck is just like an illusion. It's just like what do you
It's what
call
we
that?
tell ourselves to not feel so shit about being so lazy.
It's a consequence, I think. People call it luck, but it's just the product of your effort. You know, I truly believe in this law of attraction and all that stuff. You know, the fact that if you do things a certain way, you tend to be more attracted. You tend to attract those things towards yourself as well. Like
I mean, it's basically how you and I got together. I made
exactly.
something,
Yeah.
you responded, and I was like, huh, let's have a conversation.
I was gonna say exactly that thing. Like this wouldn't be possible if I was not the way I am and you were not the way you are,
Hmm.
right? Well, I don't know. This is the way I tend to look at things, but yeah, I think there's a reason for everything out there. And I feel like right now I'm getting into too many details here, like that. It's that moment of the
I
pain.
fucking love this. Can you, at the end of the bridge, can you put something in there that's cut off? Like maybe the start of a castle or the start. No, no, not. Don't cut the bridge, but like the start of a castle or the start of something ginormous and people just wanna.
Oh wow, on the bridge,
Yeah, yeah,
maybe
yeah.
I
But the end, by
ordered
the
this.
really by the end, just so they see a little bit of it, and they're like,
Okay.
"What? I wanna see what's there." Like something.
Okay, I
Cause,
understand.
cause my eye leads there like automatically, and I want you to put a cliffhanger in there. Like this would be the most literal cliffhanger in the history of painting. Because get it, there's a cliff.
It's literally a cliffhanger. Okay, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try my best to make that happen somehow. I'm not really used to these kind of perspectives, like so high.
Wait, did you just decide? Okay, it's gonna be this big, so I'm gonna make a shadow, a drop shadow.
Oh no, I'm trying to make like a piece of land
Okay.
in the bottom. I'm not sure if it ruins. No, because the values are not really that aggressive, so it doesn't distract you from
Yeah,
this.
no, it doesn't. I love this, what you just did. Oh,
Thank you so much. I'm glad you like it. I'm starting to like it as well.
I hope you recorded everything so you can create a time lapse, but you
No,
didn't.
I didn't. I didn't. This to turn into something I don't know. And this is what happens most of the time. Last year I decided to embark into this. I adopted this kind of daily painting challenge for myself. Like every day, I would sketch anything, even though it's just a line drawing or a painting. And of course, I couldn't hold myself from polishing those pieces. And this
Yeah.
is how the tiger one got to happen. The tiger one was meant to be just a study of a tiger. And then I added that lighting.
You
And then,
always have to have story in your images. That's what I learned about you.
yeah, and then I thought of the story. Like, of course, because the tiger is kind of trapped in here. They're like in a prison. Of course. And there's a guy with him. And that guy is my protagonist. And why is my protagonist with a tiger if my protagonist is actually next to a bear wolf kind of creature? Because he got inside to save the tiger, and if you just look at the continuation of that painting, because I did like another one, which is like the camera placed above the characters
Oh, you
from the
did?
top.
Did I see that?
I'm not sure. It's probably it's on my art station for
I'm
sure.
so angry at myself for drawing and painting while you're creating something epic that I'm totally missing out on. Like, now I'm
Yeah.
biting my own ass. I'll have to rewatch the entire stream and see how you did
No,
that.
no, no. Sorry, I'm sorry. Not now. I mean, I did that for
Uh,
that particular painting. That's what I'm
I
trying.
know, but every time I look up and I see this epicness of this painting, I'm like, why didn't I watch while you were creating?
You're way too kind. You know that?
No, I'm not way too. Believe me, ask anyone on the stream. I'm not very way too kind. I'm a highly disagreeable woman.
Thank you so much. Oh, it's actually four images. Okay, so the tiger is like a part of four image sequence. Oh. Because you get to see the castle from far away, then you get to see the guards, then you get to see the shadow entering that door, which is where the light comes from. You know,
Wait,
the light that's
wait,
hitting
wait. I'm trying to.
just my art station.
um.
You go to the tiger one, and you'll see the three paintings prior to the tiger. Those are all related. Well, at least that was my intention.
Tiger.
There's a castle with a giant cloud in the background.
It's not in the same post though, right?
No, no, no. There are four different posts.
You know what you could do? Like, in the end of your main post, you add the other stories in the end.
That's a good one.
You know,
Yeah.
so people know they're connected. Where is it? What are they
It's
called? So I can find it by name.
daily sketch polished. I
Fuck
had no
me.
better ideas. Rescue mission.
This is after that. Send me a link, please. I'm giving up.
Okay.
Words not helping. Brain farting. Need peeing. I need to pee. Ah.
Instrument. Okay. I'm gonna get him ready for when she comes back. Um, that's one. That's two. And four. There they go. All right, I'm just gonna keep polishing my little cliff over here. Oh shit. Oh, you found them? That's awesome. Maybe I should have posted them here in the chat section. Anyway, I'm dropping the link to hopefully the one with the castle. Yeah. So if you just go right, you follow through.
Okay.
Okay, I just dropped it on your Twitch chat as well.
Yes.
You have him on Instagram, but you can see him on Twitch as well. Yeah, on Twitch. And it's just the castle one, and if you go right, you can see the rest of the story, right? Well, at least I intended it to be in that direction.
Okay. Wait. Aha. Okay. Ah, I get it.
That was an idea that my friend Dom gave me. Like, dude, you should do like a sequence with all of these. And yeah, I tried to work around that. And by the way, I like the lighting in your painting a lot. Like it's really starting to pop out now, you know?
Yeah? Oh, I'm
Yeah.
glad.
Do you see that bounce light on the stairs? The staircase right there?
Oh,
Or it's
wait, are we talking about my art or your art now?
your art?
Um, I don't know what you mean by bounce light. Like this on top? The brighter parts?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the ones that are like
I
red.
thought I thought that I thought that my screen was visible. I totally forgot that our screens are blocking it.
No, but I see your like the cat. I clearly see it there.
Yeah, but I wanted to show yours off that we were looking at right now, and I thought I was. That's why I prepared it like super nicely, but let me see if I can change that because I wanna show off your work first. 'Cause I think that's worth seeing.
Come here.
I'm exhaustedly tired, but in a good way. I feel like I accomplished so much with my brain.
Got my art director here.
Hey,
Validating.
cutie pie.
Validating the position.
Um,
He actually came to me. You know, he wants out now. He always comes around and just, taps me like, "Hey, come on. It's time." And I'm like, "Okay, 5 more minutes." And then he comes back and checks on me again.
oh, does he need to pee or poop or?
Yeah, he just wants to go out. Um, it's not like urgent, but sometimes he tricks me. He tricks me because he just simply wants to go out, and see the park and other dogs and stuff like that.
Oh, I get it.
And yeah, it's not like it's always urgent, but I tend not to risk it just in case.
Yeah,
He's a
so
he's an
mm,
extremely good dog.
if he needs to, like, I don't want him to pee himself.
No, no, he's not gonna do that. Don't worry. It's fine. I can still stay. Look, let's do until 9, and that'll
Okay.
be like 5 hour stream, which is insane for me. This is the
I'm sorry, like I'm
time.
I'm not trying to monopolize your time or anything.
No, 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 no. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. This is actually fun. I'm starting to feel a little bit bad that it took me so long to create this because it's not like at the level I expected for a 5 hour stream. But
Wait, you
I'm
you expect it to be faster with this epicness or what?
well, I mean, it's just a sketch. You don't see the details because you're watching it
Are
from
you
far away.
serious? You want to go more into detail with this?
Yeah,
I
look,
think
like
it's perfect like that.
right there's
No?
nothing to be
Dude,
into it.
no. Like this makes it so fucking good.
Yeah, but I mean, for a 5 hour stream,
Yeah, well, we
5
talked
hour
and you
painting,
sketched other
exactly.
stuff.
That's what I was saying. That I've also been talking a lot, and that makes it harder for me. But I need to improve that as well. And this reminds me of Anthony Jones. And this reminds me that you're going to be having him on your stream next week, or I'm not
See,
sure
I
when it will.
he said, "Yes, man, let's do this." And you know what? I'm gonna text him again.
Nice. That's so cool. I'm going to watch that.
See, I think I will have to postpone it to a time after Christmas because I'll have a girl come over. But I don't know. Let's see.
He's always posting like extracts from his mentorships, I think, right? Like that's where those streams on YouTube are from.
Um, I can't multitask. I'm texting right now.
Okay. Adrian, where are you located? I'm in Spain. I'm based in Spain, East Coast. It's such a beautiful place because it's not like a crowded.
Valencia?
It's close to Valencia, but it's uh, it's nice because I get to have both mountains, the beach. It's a nice weather all the time.
Oh my God, I'm so jealous of you.
It's so cool. Like I swear, when I went to California, I felt like at home because it's the same kind of weather, the same kind
Okay,
of
you're selling me on Spain right now.
the same kind of vegetation. It's like this dry kind of vegetation, the palm trees, the beach, the mountains. I don't know. It felt like so weird. And I'm thinking that it could be because they're like located at the same. I'm always messing these ones up. Latitude or
Meridian?
altitude, meridian. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's such a
Liad,
it's
aren't you in Texas? Like, aren't you somewhere warm already? Okay, no reply from Liad. Liad is so sweet. He keeps inviting me to play About Us with him and his friends. And the fucking time zones and the timing is like fucking ridiculously
okay.
off.
You mean Anthony Jones?
No, no, Liad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, anyway, they're both in America. So, the time zones are pretty I can't believe we get to organize those streams I do with Dom and Andrea, because Andrea lives in Brazil
Oh
and
shit.
and Dom lives in California. So, it's
So when do you stream? Like, who needs to stay up for these?
yeah, sorry, we don't stream, but we record the videos. But what I'm saying is that we both get into a call together, right?
Uh-huh.
And it gets even more trickier when you have, for instance, someone from India, as a guest,
Yeah.
which happened to us already. And it was funny because for Dom was like 8 a.m. in the morning. For Andrea was like 10 or 11. And for me, it was like afternoon. And for Sid, which was our guest, was like late night. Now imagine we also have to bring someone from Japan or
Oh
somewhere
my God.
even further away, that would be even more crazier. But yeah, I don't know. These crazy time zones.
Have you been to Japan?
No, never. I've never been to any part of Asia, but I'd really like to go. I'm 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 really fascinated by of course the culture itself, like the modern culture, but
Hmm.
by the ancient culture, all those temples,
Yeah.
all that stuff. It's so crazy.
And
So
I'm telling you, it's super powerful, the energy there.
yeah, you can feel like the scale of those giant buildings, and they're just
It's
uh,
oh, I'm telling you, it's more than that. It's like spiritual shit.
mm-hmm.
Like it feels like all these temples, they feel like portals to another dimension. I feel like any place, if it's prayed to often enough, it becomes magical somehow.
That's interesting. I'm really starting to. Well, I've been always asking myself about these things because my family is religious, but not like in the way that you go to church every week and you pray all the time and stuff like that. They just believe in what they believe, right?
Hmm.
And I had my back and forth process with that, and I think I'm getting to this point where I'm starting to realize, at least from my point of view, that everything is connected. I'm
Hmm.
starting to find this middle ground between all the belief systems and science and what I've lived so far and all my experiences and what I heard from other people. I'm starting to, what do you call that? Like connect the dots,
Yeah.
So many points, so many points that I had in the air. Now I'm starting to see like the connection to some of those. And it's really interesting because how do you explain that to someone who is not able to see that because they haven't lived it? That's why I'm telling you this kind of connection you feel with some people feels so straightforward
Hmm.
sometimes
Hmm.
because you're basically on the same wave.
Wavelengths. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I totally relate to what you say there about the monuments and all that stuff and all the feels they make you feel so redundant, but yeah.
Yeah. It for me. It's like religion is not really my thing. Hasn't been in a while, but spirituality is, because I'm
Hmm.
afraid of death. So I need to believe in some spiritual force, I guess.
Yeah,
But when
like
I was
religion,
painting,
I'm guessing you meaning something like a god or something above you that's more powerful.
more
You
like
don't
a
believe.
collective. I like thinking that we kind of collectively agree on certain roles in life before we enter into it,
Yeah.
and just like play the roles out, make the best out of it, and if we fuck up, we learn out of it. Hopefully, if we're smart enough or wise enough. So
It's funny
yeah.
because I saw like a meme recently that was like uh reincarnation this, afterlife that. Can a motherfucker just not exist? Like it was tired of constantly coming back. And I don't know. I feel pretty intrigued by all these theories and all these beliefs. If you ask me where do I stand, I have no idea. I feel like I'm floating in the limbo of
Dude,
all
as
the.
long as you can sleep in peace, don't even think about it. It's just
Oh yeah, I don't feel like I even have to choose a side. I'm just saying that That's funny because a lot of people get mad when you say that. It's like
say what?
you have to pick a side. You can't be in the middle. You have to choose. It's like, well, I still don't
Because
know.
these people are like me, they can't stop thinking about it. They can't imagine like just existing in peace,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
not having to like break your mind every day about it. But for me, it's unfortunately the case where like every day before I go to bed, when I'm in the shower, when I'm driving my car, I'm just trying to make sense of this whole weirdness.
Is it usually when? I mean, it's not a question. It is usually when you're alone and you have time to think. It definitely happened to me a few years ago when I had to drive like an hour every day
Uh-huh.
and I had to spend a lot of time with myself in the
Yeah.
car.
Yeah.
So, what can you do? Listen to music, right? But I think my radio was broken or something. And anyway, I just had a lot of time, to think about a lot of things. And I liked that period of time.
Leah is
Um,
being a smartass again.
as far as I remember, it wasn't that bad before I was born for me, so it shouldn't be that bad when I die. I'll give you that because it makes sense. Because we don't really know, right? No one knows.
Sorry for cutting you off.
No, no, no. I was just saying that it was a nice time to remember for me because
Yeah.
it was big growth time for me. But I'm genuinely curious about all these things. And that's exactly what I think I explore in my project as well.
Hmm.
I would say,
Spirituality and stuff.
yeah. I mean, they're called spirits,
Yeah.
so uh, that's as clear as it can get. But I think this is more like a reflection of my vision myself, the way I see stuff, the things that I like, you know. Of course you're going to be inspired and influenced by other stuff like, fantasy is really fantasy is really um influenced by Tolkien, The Lord of the Rings, and some others, and there's always those big references out there. But what I wanted to do was to kind of look at my own book, you know. And when I say book, I mean my own life, my
Yeah.
own path so far, and stop reading someone else's books and start writing my own. And well, yeah. See, this is when I start talking and I get myself into a trap. Like I don't know how to get out of this conversation.
Why?
I don't know. It happens to me sometimes.
Well,
Like
why
I
would
feel
you want to get out of this conversation?
because I feel like it's getting awkward, and
No.
not because you don't talk or anything like that. It's just because it's this perception, I sometimes have about myself. And I know many people relate to that. And instead of suddenly ending up with a sudden cut and not saying anything anymore, you kind of tend to try to smooth it out and say a few more things until we get away from that topic. And you
You're
end
so
up.
socially awkward. It's fantastic.
I don't know. I think this is what happens when I get nervous,
Why are
Again,
you nervous?
I think I know why I'm nervous because I was talking about something that I have a deep appreciation for, which is my project. I'm super excited about that. I'm worried about giving away things that I might regret later,
Like
you
saying
know?
too much that could be
Uh,
used.
saying too much and then not being a surprise anymore. And I try to talk and talk and talk myself out of that. And when I see I can't get out of it, it's like, oh shit, what do I do now? Keep talking, Adrian. Keep saying something. But yeah, it's something that I noticed. I think it's really fascinating to me that I'm aware of these things even. I think being self-aware is something that can really help you understand yourself a lot
It can
more.
help you grow really fast for sure.
Yeah. Like I don't know, I'm just curious about why do I think that way in those moments, or why do I say that in that moment, in that kind of moments where all that kind of stuff that is for you is just there. Oh yeah, I'm just that way. But have you wondered why? And I recommend you to watch a channel called Healthy Gamer, right? It's a guy who is a Harvard psychiatrist. His name is Dr. K, and he
Somebody
blew
told me about him last stream. Now I really have to watch it. I keep forgetting.
he blew up on YouTube. I think he's like 1 year into it now, and it's like around 400K subscribers or
Uh
something.
huh.
Um, and what I like from him is that he really analyzes all this stuff that you don't really pay attention to. Like, I don't know, like, I don't ever talk about my family, or I don't know. Have you ever wondered why? Like why exactly that is?
Yeah.
Is it because of some past traumas or something that happened to you, or because of some I don't know, man, but it's so interesting. And that guy really, by relating to his guests, you kind of figure stuff about yourself.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, we are
Yeah,
all
yeah, yeah.
connected.
We are all connected. We're all relatable, and
We
we
all
don't.
share this.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you start to understand stuff about yourself by watching someone else talk about their stuff.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. Tiana
Alex, I see you.
as an art form of its own. Oh man. Yeah, but it's not like I wanted to stop talking about that topic. It's rather like the story that builds up in my own mind as I'm speaking.
Hmm.
And I'm like, oh my God, they're not saying anything. Nobody's responding. Am I saying something that's weird, and maybe you can be just like listening to the story and like, yeah, yeah, keep going. I could keep listening to this because It's interesting, and I want to hear more about it. On my side, this is the same thing with art, right? You're like, oh, nobody's saying anything about this piece. It must be that it's
Bad.
something
Yeah.
wrong. And there may be just freaking out, because it's so good or whatever, and you're so good, but they also fail to communicate that to you because they feel like you're so imposing for some reason, like
Yeah.
you're too good for them to talk to you.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah, yeah, yeah. I saw that like lesser good paintings would get way more attention than the really good ones in public forums.
yeah, it's like you spend like 5 hours polishing this painting that,
Masterpiece.
yeah, and then the next day, didn't get attention at all, and you just post like a 5-minute sketch and gets more attention
Yeah.
or an equal amount of attention, and you feel so like this is so
You feel
unfair.
cheated.
Of course, that's only if you base your value system on the quantity of likes or views or whatever,
Well, sometimes it's just good to know what the crowd likes, like, your audience.
The happiness hypothesis. This is a book that I have to check out. That's interesting. Thank you for the suggestion.
Lead seems to be reading a ton of books, I'm noticing.
So cool. That's interesting. I'll get it.
Ah, listening. Yeah, I like listening to books. Audible. Yeah.
It deals with the subconscious mind and how it influences your decisions. That's so cool. I read a book that's called The Power of Habit.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the title.
Wasn't
And
this written by like a 16-year-old or something like that? I heard something
oh,
along
no,
those lines.
no, I don't think so. But it gets into the psychology part of this, like how you train your mind to think about stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's so cool from a biological point of view because if you think about it, imagine you had to consciously beat your heart, you know, or you know, move your blood across your body and stuff. There's certain automated actions, right?
That you
The
don't have
same,
to think about to keep you alive.
yeah, yeah, exactly. The same thing about your mind, with certain habits that you have. Imagine, you know, as simple as it looks, just driving, getting your car from the garage into the driveway
Mm-hmm.
while you're attending to someone else in the back seat, just responding to some question or something.
Yeah.
That's insane. You know how many amount of actions you
Yeah.
have to perform with
Yeah.
both your hands, your legs. You have to check the mirrors, lots of stuff. You do that subconsciously because over time you built that kind of
Memory muscle.
exactly. And I like that term because I've only listened to that with art. It's art related.
Yeah.
Muscle memory. And I think that's what Anthony Jones has a lot with his
Mm-hmm.
way he paints stuff. He's just so used to that he does it without even thinking.
Yeah.
He's just talking to you and he's just creating stuff. I find that amazing.
Oh my god, make sure that you're there on stream once I
What?
get him on.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I got a picture with him. Felt so good.
Don't say that to him, please. It's so not cool.
It's not cool.
No, it's not cool.
Why not? I'm a fan. Anthony, if you're watching this,
Play it cool. Oh my
yeah, I mean, I get some people might feel offended because, well, wait,
god.
why?
Offended?
Why would they get offended?
No,
Why
they
would?
wouldn't get offended, but you have to be cool.
Oh, like I have to be
It's
more bold.
you can't be friends with someone you are fangirling over. It's hard.
I mean, yeah, but You're right. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to say anymore.
Sorry for giving you such a mean advice, but you really need to. Don't tell him anything.
Yeah.
Just say, yo, man, I met you there, you were fun. And that's it, okay? Don't show him the pictures you took together.
Remember me? I'm the guy next to you.
Oh my god. Oh, that's
Yeah.
so cute, though.
It's
It's so
it's
cute.
it's something that you learn, I guess, or more like you learn, it's something that you just feel
Hmm.
with time. I guess you grow up and you just realize, hey, what we talked about earlier, is just another person, just
Yeah.
like me. It's a human connection. So,
Well, remember, I'll remind you of it if I notice you forget.
but I mean, yeah, I'm sorry I made it sound like a fangirl type of moment, but to me back then, it really meant
Yeah,
a lot, to be close to
yeah.
these stars from the industry.
I know what you mean. It's so sweet. I want to hug you for that.
Virtual hug. But yeah, I know it's something that I don't think ever goes away.
Mm.
It happens with celebrities of any kind, with actors, with
Well, the most dangerous thing is if you meet someone you look up to and then you're really, really disappointed by their character.
yeah, right. That's absolutely right.
Aren't you going to be friends with Adrian Virlan because you're fangirling over him? But I'm fangirling in a cool way, okay?
Ah, they got you.
I'm not like overdoing shit, okay?
Um, that was a cool move. I like that. Do you have any questions for him? For Anthony Jones? Wow, I don't know. Um,
What do you have for breakfast? Number one.
no, I would probably ask him something about the book he released because, like, when the day comes, I'll probably have to do that. So, any advice coming from someone who's made a book, an art book, would be pretty helpful. Because, for instance, my friend Dom, who released a book, he didn't crowdfund it. He paid with his own money to get the copies printed and everything,
Hmm.
and he sold the books on its own. No agencies, no nothing in the middle.
Was
So
that hard?
I don't know. I think it really depends on your fan base at that point.
Yeah.
And he's been growing a lot lately,
Mm.
so he's already on his second book now. He's making a second book,
I'm
and
happy for him. That's like a big deal.
oh, that's insane. Like we always talk about these differences between getting stuck into the thinking of like the only way to make a living off of this is to work in the concept art industry or the illustration industry.
Mm.
But like for companies, for big companies, for games, and we're always talking about how many other alternatives you have to that, both requiring your direct actions, like being a direct implication, like a freelance gig, you're actively working for someone, or something that brings you more like a passive income,
Yeah.
right? Something like this course that I made on Evident, which still requires my presence because I have to give feedback and be with the students and stuff. But it's not like I'm making the course again every day, right? So, well, you know what I'm talking about, just this passive income thing, like a
Yeah.
tutorial, like releasing a print, or that can be exploited several times. You work for it once and then boom. But anyway, that's not the way I'm thinking about my project. My project is already like I already feel like I'm successful just by working on what fulfills me the most. I'm so passionate about this. And I don't know, I feel like so happy just by being able to work and get my ideas out there and
And having
develop
the time to be.
and having the time to devote to that. Yeah.
Hmm.
And I don't know, but if on top of all of this, people find it interesting and everything, which is already happening, and I'm so thankful for that. I mean, to me, it's already a big win, a very big win.
Yeah. I really, really understand how you feel.
You must
It's
feel the same with your tarot
every
deck, right?
time, like now that I have only a Instagram only devoted to that, um, I made sure that I follow only tarot card readers. And
Mm-hmm.
every time someone says, I can't wait the deck to come out, I will buy it. I can't wait to buy it. My heart like
Oh,
jumps. You know, this is,
I can
I know
imagine.
it sounds like a simple sentence, but knowing that people who work with tarot love your work and want to buy it and use it.
Wow. Did you feel at any moment that someone might think, sorry, that, okay, let me rephrase that question. Have you ever thought at any point that someone would not like what you're doing?
I'm used to that, you know.
But did you think it?
I always
Like,
think I'm a niche product and maybe I will sell 50 copies. That's what I think.
mhm.
So for every
That's like your bottom line, right?
yeah,
And
that's my expected line. That's my okay, this is what I can expect from myself that I will sell 50 card decks, let's say.
oh, but it's not like your worst case scenario.
No, the
That's
worst yeah, but the worst case scenario is when you have a exhibition you think you're going to sell out and then you don't even sell anything. And that's
got
what
it.
happened to me. And that hurts, but yeah, pick yourself up, dust yourself off.
It doesn't have to happen every time, right? It's just one battle lost, but not the war, or something like that.
Let's hope so. Cuz I gave up on the whole fucking war for a while and now I'm picking myself up again and
What do you mean? You're just going like on your own? You're doing your own stuff. Just
I stopped doing any painting for almost a year as a result of that.
was that recent?
Yeah. Well, 2020 was hardly much painting, to be honest. It was more 3D stuff.
Hmm. I see.
Please put a gate there on the bridge, like at the end.
Okay, coming.
I need some urban, like a Prague gate, like Gothic, like
Oh, I see. Like, you need some architectural element of
yeah,
some.
because I want to be like, can you imagine the epicness of what is cut off? Like
Look at us. Where do you enter? If you go there, if you cross that door, that gate.
if that gate already looks this epic, imagine what the building outside of this frame will look like. Like it's like
Okay. I'm gonna
maybe with
try.
a carriage driving there and a horse. Oh my god. I can
Good.
Sorry, I'm doing the art directing here, but I'm so fascinated by this.
Let's try to get something here. Well, I don't want to make it look too cartoony. Just a funny guy there with some horses, I guess. Hope they look like horses.
Ah, this looks so cool. Not fangirling, okay? Playing it cool.
Make him look like giant dogs or something. Staying, staying inside of the theme. The cool thing about crowdfunding your book is you can use it as a pre-order system. Yeah, that's also right. But I feel like that's a lot of pressure. And I think what Dom said was that he didn't want to promote or attempt to sell a product that's not finished because he didn't have the book. He wanted to wait until he had the book. But I think you can still do that as well, right? You can finish the book and then start the Kickstarter, right?
Mm-hmm. for sure. And you know what? While you start the Kickstarter, you can prepare the merch.
Right. And I think that's like an extra pressure. The fact that, you know that there's a lot of people there who already paid their money, even though they get it back if the
Hmm.
project is successful. But it's that extra pressure of knowing that there's someone expecting this already.
Oh yeah.
You know? I
Well,
think
well,
that.
Anthony had to fight with that too. As much as I am informed,
Yeah, I don't remember
Anthony
exactly
didn't
what
publish the
happened.
book when he was saying that he would. I think it came out later.
Hmm. Yeah, I think I only remember people being really mad and kind of demanding this, their money and stuff like that. Because, there was a book. This is actually the first Kickstarter that I supported, and it's a book. It's an art book called Visions of a Thousand Eyes, and it's like an encyclopedia of, different paintings from different famous painters across the world, digital painters. So that book came out 2 years later, and I actually made a YouTube video about it because it was my first Kickstarter that I supported,
Yeah.
and it came out. Everybody was so mad, extremely mad. The guy was just saying, "Dudes, the print shop just said this, and we now have to look for another print shop. We can't deliver the book on time."
And
And they
people
were like,
freaked out.
"Our money back." And I'm like, "Dude, come on." Like it can come out later. It's not like urgent or anything. But yeah. Anyway, I mean, I'm trying to understand why would someone get mad because of that. But still, I was trying to be comprehensive, and I didn't care at all. As long as the book came out, and it came out 2 years later. And I'm not sure if this is what Anthony Jones went through, but I've heard something similar with that. Like people thought he stole the money or something,
Yeah.
and then all the books came out all of a sudden, and people were like, they never said that or something. I don't know,
People
but
retracted what they said or what?
something like that, right? I don't know. I don't remember, but it's yeah. Kickstarter is kind of scary.
Hmm.
It's risky as well.
Yeah. I think you should hire a professional if you want to do something like
I
that.
think
Just
I will because for someone like me, knowing that I think the brain is the organ that burns the most amount of calories in the most amount of energy in the human body. Imagine that with someone like me, who's an overthinker.
being in a shit show
Oh my god,
of a scandal.
I would go crazy. Yeah, and being afraid of this cancel culture and
Yeah.
stuff like now they're gonna blacklist me and stuff like that. Nah, I don't know. I would always try to be as genuine as I can and as transparent as I can. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm already doing that on my YouTube channel, but yeah, you always aspire to something else, something more genuine, more transparent.
Hello, LG. We talked about you. Do you want to tell Adrian? Do you want to tell LG what you were thinking about the color mode?
The color mode thing. So you mentioned you colored your black and white portrait in a color blending mode, right? A layer. You made a layer and you applied color in a color mode. So what we were saying here is that perhaps that particular mode, what was it, Tiana? Was like
Well, since
it
since you can't convey in values in black and white how saturated something is, it easily looks flat. So in my opinion, I think that it's your base layer, and then on top of it you have to work with saturation and glow and shit like that. But Adrian had a little bit of a different spin on it. So you go.
Yeah, I was just saying that I tried several different modes. Like I've seen people coloring with multiply layer, which seemed crazy to me, but then I tried it out and it kind of worked if I was picking only the brightest values, in the color range. Or what I usually do, but it's a little bit more tricky because it's overlay, and if you go above 50%, values are going to be brighter, and if you go below that, it's going to turn darker. So you kind of have to look around something in the middle without affecting your values, of course. But this was just an advice that it kind of caught my eye when I saw your message, and I forgot to tell you that I think you should. I'm not. Maybe we're just talking shit here, and maybe they already done that, you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because I see they say yeah in the start, so maybe then um, other color modes were applied. I don't know,
We
but
or only know what we know.
yeah, I'm just happy to share whatever worked for me with people. So it's wow, it's 9:15.
I th- yeah, like I'm remembering your dog right now. I hope he's okay.
Oh, see, he's right there. Look, that's what he does.
Oh, look at him. He's so cute.
He just waits for me nonstop. I
He's
feel
like
so
this he's like the sexy girlfriend naked laying in bed all spread out.
yeah. He's extremely patient. I I'm really impressed. Really obedient as well. I can walk him off leash, and he's so good. So anyway, I'm gonna try to add like a gate over here, and I think that's gonna wrap up the painting.
I'm so excited.
Let's try see what happens. Don't you feel like this is like a detail density level that kind of what do you call that? Like state walks you away too much from the other
Yeah, you know what? I think if you
like
move
too much.
the carriage, dude, if you move the carriage more to the underneath the sun, yeah, exactly there.
All right, gonna see how we do that. See, this is a good time.
To work in different layers.
Yeah, and to also show like the way I would do it in this case, which would be, whoops.
Oh, the content fill.
Yeah, more than the content fill would be to just use the regular patch tool and then content fill this, you know. Or maybe just press J in Photoshop and heal it up with the patch tool like this.
Huh. I never thought of using photography tools for painting, but it's not stupid. It's like super useful.
Oh, I sometimes I use this for, little things, but because if you try to erase big areas, Photoshop has to imagine what was there before.
Yeah.
It doesn't always work. But see, now you can
This is
just
beautiful.
overpaint here and that's it. So here's where, okay, we got the carriage
This looks
here.
so cool. Ah! So excited.
I'm glad you like it.
This was born on my stream.
Yeah. Maybe we can come up with a story for this. Who's this guy? Where is he going? These are the questions that fire me up to explore more.
He he is a wand maker that got hired by a priest to make him a really nice wand. So he went to the castle thing.
I'll buy that. Why not? It's cool. Okay, even though that's not a horse, let's pretend it's some other creature. Look,
Oh, I think it looks horsey.
another pair of something. I don't know. I'm actually gonna make it more bulky.
I'm
Like,
definitely gonna rewatch this though.
and then, okay, there you go. It's a different kind of creature, like a bull or something.
This is so cool. Just a couple of with Joe Rogan.
What? What's up
Yeah,
with Joe?
he asked me if I will ever collab with Joe
Oh,
Rogan.
oh, that would be a big one. That would be so cool.
Joe Rogan is not interested in artists though. I've
isn't
never
he?
seen him. I've never seen him have artists on, like
I'm,
painters. I mean, not like musicians.
yeah, yeah, I get it. I get it. He's more into psychedelics and sports, right?
Actually, I don't think that psychedelics are a big thing. He just mentions them sometimes, but like people are so like they like
To
blowing him
teach.
up.
Was it Anthony Jones that he went to Japan or something?
Anthony went to Japan.
Am I wrong here? I just remembered right now that I said, "Oh, he only talks about sports," and I was thinking, can you imagine this turns into like a sports tournament, like five concept artists against five concept artists
Oh, that
battling
would be so cool.
like the Photoshop arena or
The,
what
the
tool they want to use,
Photoshop arena. This sounds so lame.
or whatever they want to use. But can you imagine that? And then I instantly thought, I think it was Anthony Jones, man. He went to Japan and you can add a giant spirit creature climbing on the bottom of the bridge. So sneaking in under. Sorry, whoa, my English is just messed up now. The distraction of the carriage arriving. Hmm. Maybe. Yeah, that's a cool idea. You know what? I'm gonna do this.
Okay, I'm gonna grab something to snack on while you're being epic over there.
Sure, sure. So I'm trying to make it look like it's climbing. I hope I make that happen. I'm not even sure what this creature is, but yeah, yeah, that's awesome. I want to pick Kim Jung Gi in my team. Yeah, those are like the major leagues. That's an easy win. That's almost like cheating.
Ooh, shit! This is so cool!
Yeah, that was an idea from
Iliad, yeah.
HD. Yeah,
Oh my god, I love this. Iliad, you're a little genius.
yeah, that's so cool. I'm trying to make it look like it's climbing, but it seems like it's just floating or something.
No, 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 no. It looks like it's climbing, believe me.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it only has it only has hands. It doesn't have like a.
Mm-hmm. So cool. Man, I'd be scared out of my fucking mind.
If this thing comes from behind, right?
Oh! Gives me the shivers.
Right by the time they reach this point, imagine this thing shows up right here. Like, no, 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 you're not going anywhere. You know, because they just need to make it past
Mm-hmm.
this portal or something. Not sure. I can either make it like a ruin kind of portal, like this. These actually look like people waiting for them or something
It
like
looks
some.
like whale bones to me.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not so sure about this, but still. Fortunately, I have it on a separate layer, so it can easily be discarded like that. Nah, I think it just adds too much noise there. What I want. What's up, boy? What's up? 5 more minutes.
Does he understand that?
Oh, yeah. He does understand everything. You'd be surprised. Well, anyway, I'm not sure what this is. It's not a gate, but it seems like an outpost of
Mm-hmm.
some like with some what do you call those things used in construction? Like temporary bars
Mm-hmm.
that's structures. And maybe we can have some people here as well. Anyway, it doesn't have to have much detail because hey, hmm,
This looks so cool.
not bad, right?
It's
I'm
amazing.
starting to like it too. That's cool.
You saw it here first, guys.
He's reaching me from every angle possible. I'm coming. I'm coming, boy. Almost there. Almost there. I think he wants to come on stream.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to be part of this. Yeah.
Before
I
Liet.
I think this is gonna be it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and sometimes what I do is I go here, color lookup, and this brings up like some sort of Instagram filter
Mm-hmm.
thing, you know. And it's cool because you have it on a separate layer,
Mm-hmm.
and you also have a mask, so you can decide which areas get affected and
Yeah.
stuff like. There's some cool effects out there. There's one that I use a lot, which is this soft warming look,
Mm-hmm.
which is like this purple tint, which you have to tone down depending on your needs. But yeah, I don't know. I think
Awesome.
maybe
I actually like the colors that you have going already.
yeah, I'm thinking of some more contrast in some areas.
Mm.
Maybe this is too much, so we go with lower
Mm.
opacity. Something like this. All right. And let me make this glow a little bit more. I think this is a nice color touch, you know? Whoa. Yeah, kind of scary, right? To see the spectral thing approaching you.
I love it. I love what you got there.
But yeah, this would be it. I'm not sure if it shows properly on stream. Let me see if okay. I guess now you guys can see it. I'm gonna make it full screen so you can see it. Like that.
Let me make it full screen for everyone.
Anyway, com- uh,
I want to clap, but I'm super busy right now trying to make this.
thank you guys so much for coming to the stream, and thank you, Tiana, for bringing me on.
Dude, it was my honor and pleasure and everything at the same time. Thank you for being so
It was
patient.
awesome. Thank you for being so awesome and for letting me be here and speak my truth.
Your truth. Oh my god. I would love to have you on again. Tell me let me know when your next podcast or stream or whatever is.
Oh yeah, you got to come to our podcast as well.
Well,
So
I'm not inviting myself. You invited me already. I just like
yeah,
reminded
yeah,
you.
yeah, I know. I'm just reminding you that you have to come over, and yeah, we'll schedule that and see when suits you better.
Perfect.
So
I'm in awe. Like I'm sorry, I'm speechless and a bit exhausted, but this is freaking
I'm kind of tired too,
I can't
but
like I feel proud of it because this happened because of the stream. It's so nice.
this was worth it. I love it, and I really appreciate everything. The mood, um, you know, you're a wonderful person, and I'm so thankful for all of this.
Thank you so
And the chat
much.
is amazing as well. You have an awesome audience.
Yeah, they're super sweet and super smart. Super everything, actually.
And this is my longest stream so far as well. 5 hours, 37 minutes.
Congratulations. I didn't expect that this would go that long, but I had an epic time, so
Yeah, it was awesome. I'm telling you again. So, yeah, thank you so much for having me and have an awesome weekend.
mhm.
Everyone, have an awesome weekend. Enjoy your.
Maybe
I see
um
you're already enjoying it. That's so cool. I'll go do the same, I guess, after I'm back.
please send
So,
me please send me this image so I can put it on the story and show off what epicness was created.
yeah, I'll save it. No worries.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Have
see ya.
fun on your walk.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Bye.
See ya. Bye.
So
This is the
guys,
awkward moment where I'm still here because I don't know how to end the stream.
this is the awkward moment. I'll do it for you. Ciao.
Okay, see ya. Bye.
Mm, I'm in awe. I'm super happy with this. Now I have to rewatch the stream to learn how the heck he was doing his things. This is so cool though. I'm still watching the screen share on Discord. Doing something this epic in 5 hours. God damn it. Well, guys, I think this is it for me too then. I need to lay down a little bit and stop talking because my throat started hurting and maybe eat a little bit more. Thank you so much for your companionship, your questions, your time, the work that you sent us. It makes us better. Being able to find improvements and be able to like say that in words how painting can be improved reminds us of our own work and where we suck. I hate edge work. It's so so hard. Mm. Okay, have a good one and see you soon. Bye, Liad. Bye, everyone.